between the UN and the Russian Federation. During its one-year period of operation, the Black Sea Initiative, together with Memorandum of Understanding on facilitating exports of Russian food products and fertilizers, helped to reduce global food prices by over 23% from the record high reached in March last year. The Black Sea Initiative enabled the export of 33 million metric tons of grain and foodstuffs and allowed the World Food Programme to transport 725,000 metric tons of wheat for humanitarian aid to countries including Afghanistan and Somalia. Under the Memorandum of Understanding, the United Nations delivered solutions on several of the most challenging areas of trade facilitation for Russian food and fertilizers, with continuous work on the remaining issues. We deeply regret that Russia ended its participation in the Black Sea Initiative in July of this year, and that immediately upon leaving, Russia launched a bombardment of Ukrainian ports and grain storage facilities on the Black Sea and the Danube River. Attacks against terminals and grain stores are unacceptable, and such assaults must end. Civilian shipping in the Black Sea has also been threatened. Further escalation could instantly shock the markets and destabilize the region. Volatility and uncertainty have already returned to international grain markets, while supplies from the harvest in Ukraine pile up. The bombardment is also undermining our efforts in the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Russian Federation. It has led many of those whose goodwill is needed, notably in the private sector, to question whether there is any real interest in returning to the Black Sea Initiative. We remain engaged with all parties, aiming to ensure safe and secure exports of grain and fertilizer from Russia and Ukraine, and these must be put on a stable footing without the repeated threat of interruption. I'm grateful to the government of Turkey for its contributions and urge all member states to support our efforts. Mr. President, the United Nations continues to work towards a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the Charter, international law, and the resolutions of the General Assembly. I urge all countries to do their part to prevent further escalation and to lay the foundations for sustainable peace. We are fully committed to the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. This war is already causing limitless suffering. Its continuation risks further perilous escalation. There is never an alternative to dialogue, diplomacy, and a just peace. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for this briefing, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Volodymyr Zelenskiy, President of Ukraine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Distinguished Prime Minister Rama, I'm grateful to the Albanian Presidency for the organization of this meeting. Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, since the start of the full-scale aggression launched by the state, which for some reason is still present here among the permanent members of the UN Security Council, there's already been 574 days of pain, losses, and struggle. Russia has killed at least tens of thousands of our people and turned millions into refugees by destroying their homes. Most of the world recognizes the truth about this war. It is a criminal and unprovoked aggression by Russia against our nation, aimed at seizing Ukraine's territory and resources. But it's not just that. The terrorist state is willing, through its aggression, to undermine all the grounds of international norms meant to protect the world from the wars. And I'm grateful to all those who have recognized Russian aggression as the violation of the UN Charter. Ukraine exercises its right to self-defense, helping Ukraine with weapons in this exercise by imposing sanctions and exerting comprehensive pressure on the aggressor, as well as voting for relevant resolution, would mean helping to defend the UN Charter. The resolutions of the General Assembly have clearly recognized the fact that the only source of this war is Russia. But this has changed nothing for Russia in the United Nations. However, these are the situations that have changed everything for the UN. We should recognize that the UN finds itself in a deadlock on the matters of aggression. Humankind no longer pins its hopes on the UN when it comes to the defense of the sovereign borders of nations. World leaders are seeking new platforms and alliances that could reduce the disastrous scope of problems, the problems that are met here within these walls with rhetoric rather than real solutions, with aspirations to compromise with killers rather than to protect lives. Life should be defended uncompromisingly to ensure successful protection. But I would not be here today if Ukraine had no proposals precisely regarding some specific solutions. Yesterday, in my address to the UN General Assembly, I said that Ukrainian peace formula had become the basis to update the existing security architecture in the world, to restore the real power of the UN Charter and the rule-based international order. Now, I would like to present some very specific details based on the peace formula. Notably, it's point 5, and it's called Implementation of the UN Charter and the Restoration of Ukraine's Territorial Integrity and the World Order. All in the world can see what makes the UN incapable. Unfortunately, this seat in the Security Council, which Russia occupies illegally through backstage manipulations following the collapse of the Soviet Union, have been taken by liars, whose job is to whitewash the aggression and the genocide being carried out by Russia. And all the UN actions, either by the Security Council or by the General Assembly, that could have stopped this aggression are shattered by the privilege granted to the aggressor with this seat. Veto power in the hands of the aggressor is what has pushed the UN into a deadlock. Today, no matter what nation you might be, a nation with hundreds of millions of people, or a small nation, a nation that bravely defends its independence, or a country whose long history of independence can help others, a state in need of help, or a nation that could provide some genuine support, a state relying on its army, or a state considering the UN Charter, but not the army, as its first and last line of defense. Regardless of who you are, the current UN system still makes you less influential than the veto power possessed by a few and misused by one, Russia. That is to the detriment of all other UN members. These days, in the General Assembly, we can hear the word inequality too often. Inequality is mentioned by different nations, both larger and smaller. It is precisely inequality that renders the UN ineffective. I regret that so far the UN Security Council is just the largest and the most visible platform in the world. I believe, and I know that UN is capable of more. I'm confident that the UN Charter can actually work for the sake of peace and security globally. However, for this to happen, the years-long discussions and projects on UN reform must be translated into a viable process of UN reform. And it should not be only about representation here in the Security Council. The use of veto power, that is what requires the reform. And this could be a key reform. That is something that can restore the power of the UN Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, 574 days of the full-fledged Russian aggression means 574 reasons for changes in this chamber. And the numbers of votes in favor of these challenges actually amounts to billions. The absolute majority of people in the world want to live in the world free of aggression. In contrast to all us, there's only a few obsessed individuals in Moscow. Veto right should not serve those who are obsessed with hatred and war. What we observe in the United Nations is an increasing support for the idea that in cases of mass atrocities against human rights, veto power should be voluntarily suspended. But we can also observe that Russia will not give up this stolen privilege voluntarily. Therefore, the UN General Assembly should be given a real power to overcome the veto. This will be the first necessary step. If it is impossible to stop the war because all efforts are vetoed by the aggressor or those who condone the aggressor, it is necessary to bring this issue to the attention of the General Assembly. In the event of two-thirds of the votes reflecting the will of nations from Asia, Africa, Europe, both Americas, and the Pacific region, in other words, a global qualified majority, the veto should be effectively overcome, and such resolution of the General Assembly must be legally binding for all member states. The second step, the UN Security Council must be fully accountable to the nations of the world. I welcome the proposals of various leaders to expand the representation of nations in the Security Council. The composition of the permanent members of the Security Council should reflect the current realities, and justice. Ukraine considers it unjust when billions of people do not have their permanent representation in the Security Council. The African unity must be here permanently. Asia deserves broader permanent representation. It cannot be considered normal when nations like Japan, India, or the Islamic world remains outside the permanent membership of the Security Council. One should take into account the changes that have taken place in Europe, notably that Germany has become one of the key global guarantors of peace and security. This is a fact. Therefore, it is also a matter of fact that Germany deserves a place among the permanent members of the Security Council. Latin America must be represented here permanently, and the Pacific states as well. However, we should not confine our attention to those in top seats only. There is a need to expand the participation and access to the activities of the UN Security Council and its subsidiary bodies for all members of the UN General Assembly who are not recognized as aggressors. At the same time, any participation of the Security Council membership should be suspended for a period of time when such a state resorts to aggression against another nation in violation of the UN Charter. The third step, there is a need for a system to prevent aggression through early response to actions violating territorial integrity and sovereignty of states. It is time to do that. The nations of the world should agree on such a mechanism for responding to aggressions to protect others that everyone would want for their own security. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has shown what can serve such a mechanism. Among other things, powerful sanctions against the aggressor. Not only at a stage when Bucha has already happened, but also at the stage of the build-up of the invasion army. Anyone who wants to start a war should see before their fatal mistake what exactly they will lose when the war would start. The issue of applying such preventive sanctions should be automatically submitted for consideration of the UN Security Council when any member of the UN General Assembly reports a threat of aggression. Ukrainian soldiers now are doing at the expense of their blood what the UN Security Council should do by its voting. They're stopping aggression and upholding the principles of the UN Charter. And now talking about the territorial integrity. This is an element of both the UN Charter and our peace formula that is inextricably linked to the issue of cleaning the territory from the occupiers. Occupation is an inexhaustible source of dynamite under the international rule-based order. So I will provide examples of concrete steps to be taken for the security architecture to be strong, using Ukraine as an example. Very specific things, just like Ukrainians. First, complete withdrawal of all Russian troops and military formations, including the Russian Black Sea Fleet or its leaky remnants, as well as the withdrawal of all mercenaries and paramilitary formations of Russia from the entire sovereign territory of Ukraine within our international recognized borders as of 1991. Second, full restoration of Ukraine's effective control over the entire state border and exclusive economic zone, including the Black and Azov Seas, as well as in the Kerch Strait. In fact, only the implementation of these 2 points will result in an honest, reliable, and complete cessation of hostilities. Ladies and gentlemen, reform of such international institutions were made following tragedies, following major wars. We should not wait for the aggression to be over. We need to act now. Our aspiration for peace should drive the reform. As I was preparing the Ukrainian peace formula, I underpinned its points by the principles of the UN Charter. Only the principles of the UN Charter and resolutions adopted by the General Assembly. This is precisely what enables the Ukrainian peace formula to become global. The nations that engage with the formula realize that they're working for the rule-based international order, for the protection of territorial integrity and sovereignty of states, protection of human rights, prevention of aggression, and genocidal policy. Naturally, the epicenter of such efforts should be in this very chamber, the UN Security Council chamber, and even to the greater extent in the General Assembly Hall. If reform of UN institutions is necessary for that, then we should not be afraid of such reform. We are ready to work together with UN members who have joined the peace formula to work on relevant draft resolutions and amendments to the UN Charter. And I would like to make it clear for everyone in the world that Ukraine is proposing, while addressing to nations of the world and calling them to join the implementation of the peace formula. Every country can demonstrate its leadership within the framework of one or more, or maybe all points of the peace formula. We can establish groups based on the points of the peace formula, where national security advisors to heads of states and diplomatic representatives work. Now, these groups are tasked to elaborate a list of decisions and legislative proposals to be implemented in order for the relevant point of the peace formula to be fulfilled. We're ready to hold 10 conferences at the level of advisors, and in accordance with the 10 points of the peace formula, then a summit on the level of leaders. Later, these drafts would be prepared and submitted for consideration by heads of states at the respective summit. Thereby, all nations of the world that respect peace can actively participate in restoration of peace. Cooperation is always the key word for Ukraine in international relations. This word is also key for peace. So let the peace prevail. May our institutions and our cooperation be stronger. I thank you for your attention, and thank you for the possibility to address you. Thank you for this invitation. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine.
I thank His Excellency President Zelensky for his briefing, and I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Head of State and Governments, distinguished representatives, thank you all for being here today. The presence of such considerable number of dignitaries speaks to the very high importance of the issue at hand. Thank you, Secretary General, for your remarks. They resonate with and reflect the values and principles of our organization. President Zelensky, I'm grateful for your presence here at such a tragic moment in your country's history. Your strong words translate the pain of your compatriots and convey very clearly, together with your firm determination, the grit of your people and the unwavering hope of your nation. Excellencies, while today the world needs more than ever an acute sense of responsibility from all of us to confront the multiple challenges and threats facing our planet, conflicts, unconstitutional seizures of power, climate change, devastating floods and unforgiving droughts, including unpredictable and severe wildfires, what we witness instead is more and more disruptive attitudes, reckless acts, and growing conflictuality within and among states. In many parts of the world, the examples of force have proliferated, while the force of example has become a rarity. Who could have imagined, until not long ago, that in the third decade of the 21st century, a disastrous war started by a permanent member of this Council, would put Europe at risk by brutally undermining all the principles that gave birth to the United Nations. Who could have imagined, until only a few years ago, that an unjustified, unjust, and unprovoked military aggression of a big country against a new democracy would not be immediately, promptly, and universally condemned by all the nations who gather here and share the same goals and principles? How to understand the yes, buts, or calls on both sides with arguments in order to avoid calling a spade, and which refuse to call a brutal aggression by its only and real name, a man-made tragedy that is inflicting untold suffering to the Ukrainian people, but also reverberating across world regions, hurting growth, raising prices, and threatening with hunger and starvation hundreds of millions of people. An aggression in the heart of Europe cannot be Europe's problem only, as some think, as some say, or as some whisper. Cynics may think that Ukraine is just a problem dropped on the lap of the democratic West to deal with, and they even mumble that what goes around comes around, implying that this is a natural payback for what might have happened before, elsewhere, in other times. Is it? Really? I invite everyone to think twice. This war of aggression must be everyone's business. Let me remind us by paraphrasing the tragic account by Martin Niemöller. First they came for Georgia. I did not speak out. Then they came for Crimea. It was not my country, so I did not speak out. Then they came for the whole Ukraine, but I was not Ukrainian, and I did not speak out. And then they came for me, but there was no one left to help and defend me. As we speak, there have been more than 26,000 civilians that have passed away. Tomorrow the number will be higher, and it will increase every other day for as long as this war continues. Given the inexcusable nuclear saber rattling that keeps coming time and again from different layers of the Kremlin, one is right to fear that one day, God forbid, this madness could turn into something far worse. And don't forget, as unimaginable today as this war was yesterday. Excellencies, we have a duty to help those in need, and in this respect, Ukraine and Ukrainians. We may differ, of course we may differ, on how to support Ukraine in its fight for freedom and dignity. We may have different views on how to end this war. Let's discuss them. But it would be an insult to the intelligence of this organization if we fail to unanimously recognize and say loudly who is the aggressor and who is the aggressed. It is the same sharp difference between war and peace as Tolstoy would remind you. Go back and read him. If we fail to admit this crystal clear truth, we are not only letting down Ukraine and its people, we are failing our core responsibility, compromising the future, and betraying all our children, from Brazil to Spain, from the Arctic to the Southern Pole. The struggle of Ukraine is also the struggle of everyone who aspires to live in a world where nations are free and equal, where territorial integrity is undisputable and their right to live in peace is unquestionable. The contrary is not only short-sighted, but utterly dangerous for everyone under this roof. This is why everyone has to do its part. Albania is a small country. Our continued support to Ukraine may not change the dynamics on the battleground, but it contributes to not rewarding aggression, to not accepting annexation, and not letting the obvious become dubious. And again, I repeat, we may differ on how to deal with this. We may have different views on how to go towards peace. But how possibly we can have different views on who is the aggressor and who is the aggressed? Excellence, le devoir principal.
Excellencies, the main duty of the Security Council is to act decisively on behalf of the entire world and in the service of the world. We can well understand those who are many in number who ask, what is the Security Council doing? The abusive use of the right to veto, sadly, has held the Security Council hostage. It has paralyzed the Council, but it has not reduced it to silence. As we can see, the proof is here in this meeting. The force of rules and values bring us together. They should not be replaced by rules of force and the rejection of values. The world is dangerously tipping into what could become a tragedy for all of us.
Recalling the experience of the Western Balkans, we have seen where the path of brutality can lead to, and the tremendous costs it brings for all, including for the perpetrators. History has confirmed that those who saw war as a shortcut to achieve their goals ended up regretting it forever. Russia has tried many times to use, or better, misuse, the changed reality in the Western Balkans, particularly the birth of the Republic of Kosovo, to justify their neo-imperial dreams and the subsequent nightmare they have exported in Ukraine. No matter how hard one may try, Kosovo, whose independence has been sanctioned by the International Court of Justice, Chapter 14 of this Charter of United Nations, International Court of Justice, cannot serve as a pretext for territory grab or illegal annexations. If today a lasting peace in our region is within reach, this has to do first and foremost with the lesson learned that the most efficient way to overcome the past and shape a common future is through cooperation, not through division, by promoting free movement of people, goods, services, capitals, not by raising artificial barriers, by building bridges for our kids to enjoy freedom and prosperity, whatever their language, whatever their race, whatever their nationality, not erecting walls for our ghosts of the past to seek and hide in endless blame games. I'll end with this. The preamble of the United Nations Charter calls on us to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors. Important decisions are never a matter of chance. They are always a matter of choice. Albania has made its choice to stand for peace, development and progress, to stand with the aggressed, not with the aggressors, to stand with and to stand for Ukraine. Thank you. I resume now my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador.
Su Excelencia.
Your Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania and President of the Security Council.
Del Consejo de Seguridad.
I would like to thank you for your conduct of the Security Council during this month. It has been almost 19 months since the beginning of the war of aggression against Ukraine. the briefing provided by Secretary General Antonio Guterres
Federación de Rusia
continues to appeal to the Russian Federation to give peace an opportunity.
de continuar un día más.
This war cannot go on yet another day. The Russian Federation must immediately suspend its military operations in accordance with the order of the International Court of Justice, the ruling of that court, the highest legal system in the world, on the 16th of March 2022. This prolonged war was initially denied and was called a mere special military operation. In addition to destroying Ukraine, costing the lives of thousands of people, it is undermining the very purposes and principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, in particular that of territorial integrity. At the origin of this organization, when this organization was built, we, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to preserve and spare future generations from the scourge of war, and to that end, to practice tolerance and to coexist in peace as good neighbors. On that basis, the United Nations Charter was built. It is unique. Ecuador has said this before, and we would insist on this point again today. There is not a charter for the South and another charter for the North, nor is there a charter for the West and one charter for the East. In all languages, the content of the charter is the same. It is one and indivisible. There is not one version in Russian and a different version in Spanish. In no case is the use of force to be used against the territorial integrity or the political independence of a state, or to be used in any way which runs counter to the purposes of the United Nations. How can we uphold the principles and purposes of the UN Charter for effective multilateralism and at the same time invade a neighboring country, or not condemn that invasion, maintaining indifference or complicity? On the contrary, to defend the territorial integrity of states means that we must respect and implement the provisions of the UN Charter. We must maintain international peace and security, not to aggress a third state, and to abstain from voting in disputes where we're a party. There are those who say that the crisis of peace and security is due to supposed shortcomings in the Charter, but no reform, no new international framework will be sufficient for peace and security if states are not determined to respect and implement these higher principles. What a fatal blow for multilateralism to have a military invasion of a neighboring country. This war, which has impacted the dynamics and the work done in this Security Council, continues to undermine trust in the UN system. However, beyond the difficulties which this body is facing to have a clear-cut response to this issue, we must underscore the enormous contribution of the United Nations for millions of peoples and humanitarian groups working on the ground, providing emergency assistance, in particular to women and children. I recognize the efforts of the Secretary General in the humanitarian sphere, including in the Black Sea Grain Initiative, and we ask that that initiative be resumed. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, There are corrosive narratives which claim to justify this war, but there is no justification with any legal foundation. We have been told, for example, that the invasion of Ukraine is in response to a supposed group of countries of the West aiming to weaken Russia. We've been told that Russia is acting in self-defense in the face of anti-Russian policies with regard to some inhabitants or against Russian culture. But what greater act of xenophobia or disregard for one's neighbor than to carry out a war against one's neighbor? There's little truth in that position. We need only look at the pattern of voting in the General Assembly when resolutions have been adopted on the territorial integrity of Ukraine with a vast, clear majority. Of course, there is no veto which can halt the force of the General Assembly when it comes to defending the territorial integrity of its members. And this majority is not a majority of alliances or partnerships, as some claim. Ecuador rejects any invasion, regardless of the country committing that invasion. Moreover, and in particular, if that country holds a permanent seat in this body. The Secretary General, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, affirmed that only a power can impose order on chaos. It is the power of principles which transcend changing perceptions of coexistence in the short term. Ladies and gentlemen, among the hundreds of thousands of people who have fled war, there were many Ecuadorians. Many of them had to flee through emergency operations with a support team out of Ukraine and into neighboring countries. These people were some of the first people impacted by the serious humanitarian fallout of this invasion, which continues to worsen. Millions of people are now forced to leave their homes. They have been the hardest hit. Primarily women, girls, and boys are the ones who are hardest hit. This war has continued to have a global impact as well. It has exacerbated the nuclear threat. It has led to global food insecurity, and it has impacted economies, in particular the economies of developing countries. For all of these reasons, we appeal to the members of the Security Council, individually and collectively, to redouble our support so that the efforts and the good offices of the Secretary General can be played out on the humanitarian and political fronts, so that we can work towards just peace based on territorial integrity and on the principles of the UN Charter immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to His Excellency Mr. Lasso Mendoza for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana.
Mr. President, I thank you for making me a part of this important meeting on how we can uphold better the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter, with the unfortunate tragic events in Ukraine serving as a backdrop. I'm grateful to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for making a compelling case of the shared benefits we derive as member states when we choose to be peace-loving, as required by the Charter. Mr. President, none of us here in this chamber can claim not to be aware that our world is in a troubled place. The sharp differences in geopolitical competition among major powers and the intense convergence of the crises in the world, particularly of conflicts, climate change, inequality, unconstitutional changes of government, and unsustainable development, have undermined global trust and solidarity and unraveled the common logic that has prevailed since 1945, which is, it is better to suffer the inadequacies of the multilateral system for the greater good than to pursue the chaos of the unknown for national advantage. In this context, and being mindful of the reality that neither geographic boundaries nor political ideologies have been able to isolate any state from the burden of the prevailing crises, Ghana continues to hope in earnest for an end to the war against Ukraine and for the construction of a future marked by peaceful coexistence, mutual cooperation, and brotherly relations between the two neighboring countries. Indeed, the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine is plainly wrong. We have said so on many platforms. The war has had an increasingly devastating toll on the people of Ukraine and the rest of the world, particularly for those of us in Africa, and has challenged our shared values of international peace and security. The turnings of the war have constrained collective efforts in reinvigorating multilateralism and impeded common approaches to confront effectively several complex challenges of our time. For those of us in Ghana, however, the unfolding situation is not a lost cause. Whilst we are rightfully distressed by what is happening around us, we believe that together we can still mitigate the challenges of the unknown if we are prepared to cooperate for a peaceful, careful, managed process of the reform of global institutions that would redistribute fairly responsibilities and authority to reflect the present realities of our world. We also believe that history has a lesson to teach, and the painful lessons of the two previous world wars inspired the solemn commitments made by the founders of the United Nations to refrain from the use of force in their relations among states. That common understanding to replace force and might with the rule of law, cooperation, and the peaceful settlement of disputes underpins the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and remains valid if we are to avoid a Hobbesian state of affairs in interstate relations. We must thus work together strongly to reverse the growing fragmentation of our world and the elevation of nationalist ideologies and actions above commonly accepted rules. Violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states and attempts to normalize such violations or selectively apply the rules of international law and the Charter would only undermine the promise of the past and the hope for future generations. It is in this regard that Ghana continues to be a firm advocate for dialogue and diplomacy in resolving the Russian war against Ukraine. We do not do so because of want of a resolution of the dispute at any cost, but united in our belief with many others, we believe the only pathway for a comprehensive, peaceful, and sustainable resolution of the dispute is one that must be just and based on the Charter of the United Nations and international law. In taking a principled position on the conflict in Ukraine, Ghana has been concerned about the ramifications of the war on the global community and multilateralism. We therefore welcome the opportunity that the new agenda for peace provides, which is to reset our common understanding on how, among others. We relate with each other as states, can reinforce the peremptory norms of international law that have provided us stability for almost 8 decades, and find new ways of addressing old challenges that continue to undermine states and the sovereignty of nations. Mr. President, in support of the choices we need to make for a renewed and inclusive multilateralism, I would want to share 3 key messages. Firstly, many of the organs and institutions established by the Charter, such as for the Security Council, continue to be relevant, but the Council's composition and working methods need renewal through the completion of the long outstanding reforms. In support of the Common African Position on Security Council reforms contained in the Azulwini Consensus, Ghana urges a transformation of the dialogue among member states to envisage an endpoint that delivers a Security Council that is representative and which also addresses the historical injustice done the continent of Africa. To overcome knotty discussions around the veto, we encourage the ongoing efforts to limit its use and the subsequent placement of a moratorium on its use that will lead progressively to its removal over a reasonable period of time. We cannot continue to have a Security Council that is structurally limited from being effective and yet demands universal acceptance for its decisions. As with many other things in life, with changes, we need to adapt, and with authority comes a responsibility that must be kept. Secondly, the peace of the world is indivisible and integrated with all other global arrangements beyond our collective security. Our efforts of preventive diplomacy must be comprehensive and broad-based. We need to be aware that, for instance, inimical economic and financial policies have an enduring impact on peace, and that global policies in the structure and functioning of international institutions cannot remove the centrality of peace from their raison d'etre. We must strengthen in a comprehensive and integrated manner our efforts in preventing the outbreak of violence or resurgence of new conflicts. Thirdly and finally, multilateralism at the global level must be accompanied by effective regional partnerships, partnerships that help to anticipate better threats to our common humanity, which prioritize specific means for resolving differences, and which cuts across regions to enhance its effectiveness when required. When we fail to leverage fully the potential of regional bodies, we can only have ourselves to blame when multilateral efforts at the global level are unable to deliver. In ending, I call again for peace in Ukraine and emphasize, as my delegation has often done in this Council, that there's no alternative to winning the peace in Ukraine. We hope the Council can help this United Nations to assume an enhanced role in support of peace efforts around the world, but in particular in Ukraine, for the benefit of all peoples. Mr. President, I thank you for your indulgence.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Akufo-Addo for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alain Berset, President of the Swiss Federation.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, first and foremost, for organizing this debate, and I also wish to take this opportunity to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for his remarks. But beyond his remarks, I wish to thank him for his steadfast, unstinting commitment to the advancement of peace, the advancement of dialogue, and especially when it is most difficult. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, the facts, and they are not positive. The times we live in are marked by the questioning of multilateralism, the multiplication of conflicts, and the deepening of inequalities. And there's a question, where's our responsibility? Where does our responsibility, our shared responsibility lie? Our responsibility, we who have convened here, at the very minimum, that is to recall the essential principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. I've had a copy here, of course, and to fulfill the mandate which has been entrusted to us. This core text expresses our desire, our shared desire, the shared desire of all peoples to live in peace. And this text is a guarantor of universal values, the overarching principles of a multilateral order, sovereign equality of states, and a prohibition on the use of force, defense of human rights, including economic, social progress for people. And in this war, as we know, war, the suffering of civilians is a common denominator. It is always civilian suffering. And international humanitarian law imposes obligations upon us and upon all parties to conflict. As you are aware, Swiss is a depository of the Geneva Conventions. We are faithful to the long-standing tradition in this regard, and we are very much staunchly determined to uphold it and to ensure respect for international humanitarian law. And as members of the Council, we have committed to commit and implement this clear, unique mandate conferred upon us by the Charter of the United Nations, conferred upon all of us here, namely the maintenance of international peace and security. With Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, the Charter has been violated at a large scale. On a massive scale, yet session after session, Russia, a permanent member of this Council, has been denying its responsibility. Its responsibility for the thousands of dead and wounded in Ukraine, its responsibility for the millions of displaced persons, and finally its responsibility for all those plunged into deep insecurity wherever they are in the world, including, incidentally, in Russia. The consequences of this war, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the consequences of this war are planetary in nature. Global food security has been undermined. The energy sector has been disrupted. Nuclear risks are increasing. Inequalities are growing. Switzerland demands that the Russian Federation respect the Charter, that it respect its principles. And once again, we call upon the Russian Federation to cease hostilities, to withdraw its troops from Ukrainian territory, and respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, while the mandate of the Security Council is clear, it is not always as effective as it should be, as one would desire. While the objective is to save lives, guarantee global security, reinforce stability, our discussions are bogged down on issues that fail to produce tangible results on certain issues. This Council must not squander the most precious asset at its disposal, the trust of those who rely on it, to work to guarantee them a life in dignity and peace. And we have the means to fulfill this mandate, as has been illustrated in the 26 resolutions that the Security Council has adopted since the month of January. These are resolutions that are geared towards promoting peace and security in Colombia, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and in South Sudan. And these examples are really there to show us that the Security Council, even though it is more difficult than in the past, has retained its capacity for action. Of course, there's an urgent need for reform, and Switzerland has been committed for a number of years to greater and better representation, beginning with the African countries, committed also to better working methods. And yet we are all aware of the fact that no reform can replace the will of states to respect the Charter. In the new agenda for peace, the Secretary General has indicated further steps forward to step up our action in multilateralism, to strengthen to close ranks around the principles of universality, of solidarity, and trust. And we have been assuming this duty of solidarity. In Ukraine, we are committed to alleviating the suffering of the civilian population, rendering justice to the victims, promoting a political solution to the conflict in due time. We have opened our doors to people fleeing the war. We have been delivering humanitarian aid. We have been collaborating with the Ukrainian government on the process of reconstruction. And the challenges, the tasks facing Ukraine are immense. To give just one example, an area four times the size of Switzerland. Switzerland is not a large country. 4 times the size of Switzerland. That is the territory of Ukraine, which has been contaminated with mines. And there, too, we have been supporting humanitarian demining with our know-how and with deliveries of equipment and a commitment that we will continue to shore up. And it is in the same spirit of solidarity that we are calling for the relaunching of the Black Sea Initiative. We wish to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the Secretary General for his tireless efforts in this regard. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, multilateralism is the only option to achieve peace, the only way to move away from individualistic thinking in which each side seeks only to defend their own interests, to maximize their own influence, the only option to relaunch the search for common sustainable solutions that guarantee a dignified life for all. And against this backdrop, in this spirit, Switzerland welcomes diplomatic initiatives in favor of a lasting peace in Ukraine, a peace rooted in the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, the Charter which is truly the cornerstone of peaceful coexistence of all states. In the past and today, threats, isolationism, violence have never provided answers to the dysfunctions and imbalances of the world in which we live. And this Council, Security Council, can only successfully fulfill its mandate. Therefore, ensure the common desire of all people of this world to live in peace and security to be made a reality. Only can it achieve this if it acts in a spirit of trust and collaboration. This spirit must guide everyone around this table. Today we have an opportunity to reverse course, to change the situation. We have this opportunity, but there's a need for will to be there, for ardent will to be there, because a lasting peace is worth more than any fleeting gain. Thank you.
Mr. Berset for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan.
Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to commend the leadership of the Albanian Prime Minister Rama, for convening this high-level Security Council meeting on multilateralism and the situation in Ukraine. I also welcome the participation of President Zelensky of Ukraine. Today, the international order based on the rule of law is facing an unprecedented crisis and challenge. It is the Charter of the United Nations that is the foundation of international order. The Charter provides that the Security Council has primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. We are gathered here today because of the infringement of the rule of law by one of the permanent members of this very council. Mr. President, I visited Kyiv and Bucha in March of this year and also went to the sites of the tragedies. I will never forget the heartbreaking feelings I had at that time. I renew my determination that Japan stands with Ukraine. We condemn in the strongest terms Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which is a clear violation of international law, including the UN Charter. The aggression must be stopped immediately, and the troops must be withdrawn right now and unconditionally. Any attempt to unilaterally change the peacefully established status of territories by force or coercion must not be tolerated anywhere in the world. Irresponsible nuclear rhetoric, the deployment of nuclear weapons in Belarus, and the occupation and militarization of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant pose a threat to world peace and stability. Russia's nuclear threats, let alone its use of nuclear weapons, are unacceptable. Abuse of the veto power to obstruct the decisions of the Security Council and undermine its credibility cannot be accepted by the international community. Mr. President, Russia's aggression against Ukraine has exacerbated concerns over a rule of lawlessness around the world. We must not allow the creation of a second or third Ukraine. It is essential to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine conforming to the principles of the UN Charter in order to protect an international order based on the rule of law. Japan supports President Zelenskyy's sincere efforts to uphold the basic principles of the United Nations Charter in his peace formula. In Hiroshima in May, I myself, together with leaders of a wide range of countries, including Ukraine, affirmed the importance of the principles of the Charter, including respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity and the peaceful resolution of disputes. Following these discussions, 2 meetings of National Security Advisors on Ukraine were held. Japan welcomes the participation of many countries, including the so-called Global South, and will continue to make a positive contribution. Mr. President, we must not forget that the aggression against Ukraine has caused serious problems such as refugees, food and energy insecurity, and threats to nuclear safety, and has led to suffering for many people around the world. Japan is committed to working together with other nations to promote efforts to support the afflicted people. Japan strives to promote human-centered international cooperation, overcoming differences in regimes and values in order to protect human dignity. Mr. President, there has never been a time when effective multilateralism, the theme of today's debate, is more needed than now. We must overcome numerous calamities, including the aggression against Ukraine, and realize multilateralism rooted in a spirit of solidarity. Bearing this in mind, I myself have engaged in a series of discussions with leaders of various countries. Japan has also organized Security Council open debate on the rule of law and peace building during our Council presidency to listen to the diverse voices of the international community. Japan will further strengthen its efforts to resolve issues concerning international peace and security, including through preventive diplomacy, while upholding the rule of law under multilateralism. Mr. President, now is the time to return to the unshakable principles that we, the member states, have built up since 1945, including the United Nations Charter, and work toward a world of cooperation, not division and confrontation. To this end, strengthening the functions of the UN is an urgent task. The Security Council must be enlarged in both its permanent and non-permanent seats to better reflect the realities of today's world, including Africa. We must now take concrete action looking ahead to the Summit of the Future and the 80th anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations. It is time to move forward to realize the UN as a platform that listens to people facing difficulties and works with them to confront challenges together, aiming for a world that respects human dignity. Thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Kishida for his statement, and I now give the floor to to His Excellency Mr. Robert Abella, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta.
Thank you, Eddie, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, excellencies, and also dear friends. First of all, I would like to kick off by thanking the Albanian presidency for having organized this high-level open debate of the Security Council. I also thank the Secretary General for sharing his thoughts with us earlier today. 12 years ago, soon after the outbreak of the Arab Spring, Malta had launched its bid to serve on the Security Council. That was a time, I remember, of turmoil, also instability in our immediate neighborhood, but also it was a time of hope and aspirations. The decision to embark on this journey stemmed from our commitment to the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. They are timeless and also universal and an integral part of our foreign policy. Our unwavering belief is that multilateralism, today's major theme that we are discussing, holds the answer to contemporary challenges, and that all countries should engage proactively to this end, and this served as our point of departure way back. Today, as elected members of this Council, these convictions continue to serve as our guiding light. Mr. President, more than ever, the world today needs an effective multilateral system with the United Nations at its core. We must redouble our efforts to uphold and also defend the fundamental principles that unite us. We must promote our common values at a time when they are being aggressively undermined and threatened. We must protect them and adequately respond to any contempt for these values. At the same time, we must not lose sight of the fact that we are living in a world where conflicts, unfortunately, are on the rise. The nuclear threat still looms. The climate crisis is, unfortunately, spiraling out of control. Democracy and human rights are under a systematic attack. Global inequalities are deepening. Disinformation and misinformation campaigns are feeding as well as amplifying tensions. No country by itself can tackle these complex and existential challenges. They require our full and collective attention. Effective multilateralism is the only avenue to address these challenges in a decisive and holistic manner. Mr. President, if we are to reach these ambitious goals, we cannot resign ourselves to living in a world where might is right. Last year, the Russian Federation began its aggression against the Ukraine, violating its sovereignty and also its territorial integrity. These acts constitute a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter and also a violation of international law. They were overwhelmingly deplored and rejected by the General Assembly, who had called for Russia's immediate withdrawal of its military forces and the cessation of hostilities. This war profoundly undermines the multilateral system. It weakens and also destabilizes this very Council. The immediate and long-term consequences of such actions by a permanent member of this Council cannot be emphasized enough. And on the occasion of this debate, I reiterate Malta's full support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. I equally underline Ukraine's inherent right to self-defense as enshrined in Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. Ukrainian people have paid the heaviest price as a result of this unjustified and unprovoked war of aggression. It has led to another human-made catastrophe as the world was still struggling to find the path to normality following a crippling COVID pandemic. All wars are indeed devastating, and this is, of course, no exception. Lost lives are gone forever and will never be recovered. The scars of those wounded, injured, and traumatized by conflict never fully heal. Once the fighting is over, the road to recovery will still be a long and arduous one. Through its actions, Russia did not only bring war back to Europe's shores, it also generated a global food crisis that has seriously impacted mostly developing countries around the world. And while the Black Sea Grain Initiative allowed almost 33 million tons of grain to be shipped, Russia's unilateral decision to pull out of the deal has seen grain prices unfortunately soar up. Again, I once again state Malta's here uncompromising position that using hunger and food supplies as weapons of war is completely unacceptable. In closing, Mr. President, I reiterate and emphasize once again that there can be no peace in our future if the strong can trample on the weak. There can be no peace if international law can be brushed aside, if geopolitical interests so demand. There can be no peace if the rights of states and individuals can be suspended or revoked at any time. Malta's commitment to peace, dialogue, and multilateralism remain as strong as ever. We remain firm in our resolve to stay at the forefront of the defense of the United Nations Charter, no matter how difficult or disheartening circumstances may seem. We must never give up on peace. We must never give up on dialogue, and we simply cannot afford to do so. In this time of upheaval, our collective reply is to redouble and redouble and redouble our efforts and continue to invest in our multilateral system. In doing so, we must also reform this council to make sure it is truly fit for purpose in today's world. A council that is more transparent, more effective, more representative, more accountable, and also more democratic. Meanwhile, we remain convinced that the only step towards a lasting peace in Ukraine is for Russia to immediately cease all hostilities. It must unconditionally withdraw all its forces and also its military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Abella for his statement. Et je donne maintenant la parole à
I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Raymond Dongsima, Prime Minister of Gabon.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, I thank the UN Secretary-General for his enlightening briefing on the terrible conditions and the fallout of the war in Ukraine 19 months after the outbreak of war. Since the beginning of hostilities in Ukraine, my country has expressed its opposition to the war and condemned the violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity. We have unequivocally reaffirmed the principles of the UN Charter as the underpinning of our coexistence. Above all, Gabon has tirelessly called for an immediate ceasefire and for negotiations in good faith between the parties to be taken up in order to silence the weapons. 570 days since the beginning of this deadly war, the shock wave has continued to spread beyond the borders of Ukraine. Millions of people have been forced to flee within Ukraine, and millions more are now refugees beyond national borders. Deaths are counted in thousands, while indiscriminate shelling continues to target essential infrastructures, not sparing nuclear power plants, bridges, hydroelectric dams, schools, or hospitals in the path, and the nuclear threat has become even more widespread. The international system, in particular the agricultural sector, as well as many value chains, continue to suffer from the fallout of this conflict. This has worsened the global humanitarian toll by sowing hunger, precariousness, despair, and fear, but also invisible wounds such as hatred and the rejection of others. As we assess this situation, it is not clear whether or not the trauma suffered by children, women, and men exposed to the horrors of war will be reflected in the final tally of this conflict. On this point, we wonder how much horror must be suffered before de-escalation is finally considered? How much terror must be sown before the warring parties agree to sit down to talk? Mr. President, since the outset of hostilities, every rostrum in the United Nations has been the stage for accusations and for opposition. They have not provided relief or remedy for those who have fallen in the trenches or who have been crushed under the debris in the battlefields and in the cities and villages of Ukraine. An alternative to war is possible, and it must be found in existing channels outlined in the UN Charter and in relevant resolutions of this Council. Without delay, we must reconcile with the spirit of the UN Charter. Its beating heart is our common determination to spare present and future generations from the scourge of war. My country reiterates its appeal to the parties to negotiate in good faith in order to put an end to this war. We call on the parties to show restraint and responsibility. Everything must be done to ensure de-escalation and to create conditions which will allow for diplomacy. Gabon is convinced that any unilateral action which further deadlocks the situation, hardens positions, and fuels antagonisms must be ruled out. I reiterate my country's opposition to war, opposition to the war in Ukraine, but opposition to any war in the world, in particular the many chronic and cyclical wars in Africa. Rejecting the mindset of war is not fleeing war, nor is it a sign of cowardice or an opportunist stance. We must draw from the indelible lessons of the history of unjust wars, which have been hammered home, that the fact that those who cause, provoke, or maintain these wars are rarely the winners. Beyond the criminal responsibility which can be established, the tribunal of history will be uncompromising, and that is why we reject this mindset of war. We must uphold the noble ideals of the United Nations. My country has a long-standing tradition of peace which has never let us down. We had to take existential choices about our future. We've always been able to opt for peace, and we continue to defend this ideal, which we believe is an imperative, because the war runs counter to the values which underpin this organization and the Security Council. Every day of war brings into question our calling, our mandate, and our credibility. In conclusion, I would like to work together with the parties to help restore peace in Ukraine, because we stand for peace in Ukraine. We support the process of peace and dialogue, and every initiative which aims to activate the channels of diplomacy and to silence the weapons in Ukraine is a good thing. We support the initiatives for peaceful coexistence between Russia and Ukraine. Thank you.
Je remercie son
I thank His Excellency Mr. Ndong Sima for his statement.
To His Excellency the Right Honourable Oliver Dowden, a Member of Parliament, Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you, President. I am proud to sit here today in solidarity with President Zelensky. He and the Ukrainian people have met Russia's invasion of their country with bravery and with courage. I pay tribute to their fortitude. Ukraine's fight against Russian aggression is not only a fight for freedom, it is also a fight for the principles upon which the United Nations itself is based. Principles underpinned by our Charter, which says that all state sovereignty is equal, that territorial integrity is inviolable, that disputes should be settled peacefully, and that we must protect those things together. When Russia's tanks rolled into Ukraine, they trampled over every single one of those principles. They have done so ever since. Every missile, every bomb, every false arrest, every piece of propaganda has been a flagrant assault not only on freedom, but on our multilateral, rules-based system. If we allow Russia to lay waste to what we have built here, the risks to world order, the risks to us all, are grave. For over a year and a half, Ukraine has been suffering the terrible consequences of Russia's war of choice. We must never forget the human cost. 9,500 people killed, 17,000 people injured, reports of 500,000 military casualties on both sides. Russia has callously targeted schools, hospitals, even playgrounds. Ukrainians have been tortured and they have been raped. Men, women, and thousands of children have been forcibly deported from their homes. And the devastation flows beyond Ukraine's borders. Thanks to their destruction of thousands of tons of grain, the hungry and malnourished people of the developing world are Russia's victims too. That is why the United Kingdom will contribute a further £3 million to the World Food Programme to continue President Zelenskyy's Grain from Ukraine initiative. Of course, the only way to end this widespread suffering is through a just and lasting peace. Ukraine has demonstrated their commitment to peace time and time again, including in Copenhagen and in Jeddah this summer. But they have also shown on the battlefield this summer that they are capable of restoring the sovereignty and territorial integrity that must be the foundations of any peace. Ukraine's counteroffensive has put Russia under pressure. In total, Ukraine has regained 50% of the territory seized since the war began. And in Kharkiv and Kherson, the yellow and blue flag flies high once again. That flag flies throughout the rest of the world, reflecting the solidarity we feel to Ukraine. Yet, we may wonder, what difference does this support make when Russia seems so impervious to United Nations demands? When it seeks to fuel its aims with arms from sanctioned states such as Iran and the DPRK, and when it conducts sham elections in Ukraine's own sovereign territory? The truth is this: Russia knows the power of collective action because it tries so hard to weaken and divide the international community. So, just as we need to confront our biggest challenges on global poverty, on climate change, on artificial intelligence collectively, we need effective multilateralism to achieve resolution, to seek justice for the many, many victims, to rebuild ruined cities and create new opportunities, to get grain exports flowing again, to help put Ukraine back on the path to prosperity, to secure peace. And that is what we shall do together. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency the Right Honourable Dowden for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Antony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America.
Thank you very much. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for focusing the Security Council on this critically important issue. And Mr. Secretary General, thank you for the moral clarity that you've shown in dealing with Russia's war against Ukraine. We're grateful to have been able to welcome President Zelensky to this council table, and we thank him. We thank him for reminding us yesterday, today, and every day what's at stake in this conflict, not just for Ukraine, not just for Ukrainians, but for all of us. Fellow council members, 2 weeks ago, I was in Yehidny, a small Ukrainian town about 2 hours north of Kyiv. Russian forces seized the village in the first days of the invasion. They went door to door, rounding up residents at gunpoint, marching them to the local elementary school, where Russian soldiers had set up a command post. Then, soldiers forced more than 300 civilians, mostly women, children, and elderly people, into a basement not fit for human habitation. Just a few small rooms, no windows, no circulation, no running water. The soldiers held residents there for 28 straight days, using them as human shields, before fleeing when Ukrainian defenders arrived to liberate the town. In Yehidny, 2 residents took me into the basement where they and others had been imprisoned. My guides said that they were packed together so tightly that they could barely breathe. There was no room to sit, let alone lie down. When they cried out to their captors that people were sick and needed medical care, a Russian soldier yelled back, "Let them die." My guide pointed to 2 handwritten lists of names on the basement wall. One was for the villagers that Russian forces had executed. The other for the people who died in the basement. The oldest victim was 93 years old. The youngest, 6 weeks old. The Russians only allowed the removal of bodies once a day. So children, parents, husbands, and wives were forced to spend hours next to the corpses of their loved ones. I begin here because from the comfortable distance of this chamber, it's really easy to lose sight of what it's like for Ukrainian victims of Russian aggression. This is what happened in just one building, in one community in Ukraine. There are so many others like it. In the last week alone, Russia has bombed apartment buildings in Kryvyi Rih. It's burned down humanitarian aid depots in Lviv. It's demolished grain silos in Odessa. It shelled 8 communities in Sumy in a single day. This is what Ukrainian families are living through every day. It's what they've experienced for 574 days of this full-scale invasion. It's what they'll endure tomorrow and the day after that for as long as Russia wages his vicious war. A war that President Putin openly declared from the outset is aimed at erasing Ukraine from the map as a sovereign country and restoring Russia's lost empire. In this war, there is an aggressor and there is a victim. One side is attacking the core principles of the UN Charter. The other fights to defend them. For over a year and a half, Russia has shredded the major tenets of the United Nations Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, international humanitarian law, and flouted one Security Council resolution after another. Let's review. First, Russia's invasion itself violates the central pillar of the UN Charter, respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. Second, Russia is committing war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine on an almost daily basis. Third, Russia continues to engage in reckless nuclear saber-rattling, announcing that it's stationing nuclear weapons in Belarus and continuing to use Europe's biggest nuclear power plant and its employees as a shield for its aggression, risking catastrophic consequences. Fourth, Russia is weaponizing hunger. Thanks to the Black Sea Grain Initiative, brokered by the Secretary General and Turkey, approximately 33 million metric tons of grain reached global markets, driving down food prices around the world. Nearly 2/3 of the wheat exported through that deal went to developing countries. Not only did Putin pull out of the deal, but Russia is now mining Ukraine's fields, bombing its ports and rails, burning its silos. As a result, Ukraine's wheat exports will likely fall by 2.8 million metric tons this year. That is the equivalent of 5.5 billion loaves of bread trapped in the world's breadbasket. Russia, meanwhile, on track for a record year of grain exports. The hungrier the world is, the more Moscow profits. Fifth, Russia is using Iranian drones to attack Ukrainian civilians. Drones that Russia procured from Iran in violation of Security Council Resolution 2231. Finally, just last week, Russia hosted North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. Putin said that they discussed ways to cooperate militarily, while Kim pledged the DPRK's, and I quote, full and unconditional support, end quote, for Russia's war of aggression. Of course, the transfer of arms between Moscow and Pyongyang would violate multiple resolutions of this Council. It's hard to imagine a country demonstrating more contempt for the United Nations and all that it stands for. This from a country with a permanent seat on this Council. President Putin is betting that if he keeps doubling down on the violence, that if he's willing to inflict enough suffering on enough people, the world will cave on its principles and Ukraine will stop defending itself. But Ukrainians are not giving up, for they've seen what life would look like if they submit to Russian control. It's that basement in Yehidny. It's families having their children torn away from them and deported to Russia. Children taken away from their parents and deported far away. It's the rubble of Mariupol. It's the mass graves of Bucha. We are not giving up either. Indeed, since we were last here, a growing number of countries have come together to try to forge a different way forward. In June, over a dozen countries met with Ukraine in Copenhagen to discuss the path toward a just and lasting peace, one that upholds the United Nations Charter and its core principles. 2 months later, more than 40 countries, including many members of this Council, carried forward that discussion with Ukraine and Jeddah. President Zelenskyy has put forward a 10-point plan for such a peace. President Putin has put forward nothing. Now, some argue that continuing to stand with Ukraine and holding Russia accountable distracts us from addressing other priorities, like confronting the climate crisis, expanding economic opportunity, strengthening health systems. That is a false choice. We can and we must do both. We are doing both. We must work together to tackle the global challenges that are affecting our people, meet the Sustainable Development Goals, invest in a world where all people have an opportunity to reach their full potential. The United States is the world's leading contributor to these efforts. And as President Biden told the General Assembly yesterday, we will continue to do more than our share to answer the imperatives of our time. At the same time, as President Biden has made clear, we must continue to shore up the pillars of peaceful relations among nations, without which we will be unable to achieve any of our goals. That's why we must send a clear message, not only to Russia, but to all would-be aggressors, that we will stand up, not stand by, when the rules that we all agreed to are being challenged. Not only to prevent conflict, instability, and suffering, but to lay the foundation for all that we can do to improve people's lives in times of peace. I opened by sharing the horrors that I saw in Yehidny. Let me close by telling you what else I saw that day in Ukraine. I saw volunteers rebuilding homes that had been razed by Russian bombs, farmers harvesting fields, people reopening businesses, citizens clearing mines and unexploded ordnance, children returning to schools. In short, I saw a nation rebuilding and reclaiming its future. That is the right of all members of our United Nations. That's what we defend when we stand up for the international order. The right of people not only to survive, but to thrive, to write their own future. Our people, Ukraine's people, the people of all nations, get to write their own future. We cannot, we will not let one man write that future for us. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Blinken for his statement, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sergei Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, The existing international order was based on the ruins and following the colossal tragedy of the Second World War. Its basis was the Charter of the United Nations, became the Charter of the United Nations, the key source of modern international law, largely thanks to thanks to the United Nations, a new world war was averted, a new world war which was fraught with nuclear disaster. Unfortunately, after the end of the Cold War, the collective West, led by the U.S., single-handedly decided that it would determine fates of all of humankind, and with its complex of superiority began to more frequently and broadly ignore the legacy of the founding fathers of the United Nations. Today, the West turns selectively to norms and principles on a case-by-case basis, exclusively based on their parochial geopolitical needs. This has resulted in a shaking of global stability, as well as the exacerbation and the fomenting of new hotbeds of tension. Risks of global conflict have heightened. In order to curb them, in order to bring things on a peaceful path, the Russian Federation has and continues to insist on all provisions of the United Nations Charter being respected and applied not selectively, but fully in their full and interconnected way. This includes the principle of the sovereign equality of states, non-intervention in their domestic affairs, respect for territorial sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the right of peoples to self-determination. And the actions of the U.S. and their allies attest to the systematic violation of the balance of needs which have been enshrined in the Charter. Since the collapse of the USSR and the establishment of independent states in its place, the U.S. and its satellites have egregiously and openly interfered in the domestic affairs of Ukraine, as was publicly and even with pride recognized by the Deputy Secretary of State Victoria Nuland in 2013. The $5 billion was spent on cultivating Ukrainian politicians in Kyiv by the West. All of the facts are being swept under the rug. Their attempts to cancel all of what happened since prior to 2014. And for this reason, the theme of today's meeting proposed by the Albanian presidency is most apt, which allows us to restore the chronological succession of events, specifically in the context of relations of the main acting parties in the implementation of the principles and the purposes of the UN Charter. In 2004 to 2005, the West, with the aim of bringing to power pro-American candidate, sanctioned the first coup in Kyiv, forcing the Constitutional Court of Ukraine to adopt an unlawful decision on the conduct of something which was stated in the Constitution, namely a third round of elections. And even more unceremonial intervention in domestic affairs was cleared during the second Maidan in 2013 to 24. Then a litany of Western leaders directly encouraged participants in anti-government demonstrations and acts of violence. The same Victoria Nuland discussed with the U.S. ambassador in Kyiv the composition of the future government to be composed of putschists and the EU's real place in world policy. We all remember her obscene 2 words, showing that the EU swallowed this. In February 2014, the U.S. selected individuals who became key participants in the brutal coup, which was organized, I would recall, one day after what was reached under the guarantees of Germany, Poland, and France. I refer to the agreement between the legitimately elected president of Ukraine and the opposition leaders. The principle of non-intervention in domestic affairs was repeatedly trampled upon. Immediately after the coup, the putschists announced that their top priority was to deny the rights of Russian language speakers in Ukraine, and the residents of Crimea and southeast of the country who refused to reconcile themselves to the outcomes of the coup were labeled terrorists. A punitive operation was unleashed against them. In response to this, Crimea and Donbass conducted referenda fully in line with the principles of equality and self-determination of peoples, which are enshrined in paragraph 2 of Article 1 of the UN Charter. Western diplomats and politicians vis-a-vis Ukraine have been turning a blind eye to this important norm of international law. They have been trying to take all the background and the essence of what has happened and trying to distill this to an inadmissibility of violation of territorial integrity. Let us recall in this connection, a UN declaration was adopted unanimously in 1970. This was a declaration on the principle of international law pertaining to friendly relations and cooperation amongst states. In line with the Charter of the United Nations, enshrines the following: the principle for the respect of territorial integrity is applicable, I quote, to states who, in their actions, comply with the principle of equality and self-determination of peoples, and subsequently having governments which represent the entire people residing on the given territory. End of quote. To the fact that the Ukrainian neo-Nazis who seized power in Kiev did not represent the population of Crimea and Donbass is something which does not need to be proven, and the unconditional support from Western capitals of the criminal actions of the Kiev regime is nothing other than a violation of the principle of self-determination subsequent to an egregious violation in interference in domestic affairs. Poroshenko and Zelensky adopted racist laws on the prohibition of everything Russian: education, media, culture, the destruction of books and monuments, a prohibition on the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, seizure of its property. These all became blatant violations of paragraph 3, article 1 of the UN Charter on the respect for human rights and basic freedoms for all, without distinction as to race, gender, language, and religion. Not to mention the fact that these actions directly ran counter to the Constitution of Ukraine itself, the Constitution which sets out the obligation of the state to respect the rights of Russian and other national minorities. When we hear calls for implementation of the peace formula to bring Ukraine back to the 1991 borders, a question arises, who is being called for this? Those calling for this, are they familiar with the statements of Ukrainian leadership about what they intend to do with the residents of the relevant territories? And with respect to them, publicly, at the official level, repeatedly there have been threats voiced of their physical or legal annihilation. Incidentally, similarly, Western not only has not been deterring its Western protégés in Kiev, but has enthusiastically been encouraging this anti-Russian policy. Incidentally, similarly, members of the EU and NATO have for decades been encouraging the actions of Latvia and Estonia to strip the rights of hundreds of thousands of Russian language residents who have been called non-citizens. Now there is a serious discussion for the introduction of criminal responsibility, criminal liability for the use of their mother tongue. Senior officials officially state that the spread of information about the possibility of remote school programs, that this possibility needs to be considered as something almost a threat to national security, which requires the attention of law enforcement bodies. Turning back to Ukraine, in February 2015, the Minsk agreements were reached, and this included they were approved by a Special Security Council resolution, fully in line with Article 36 of the Charter, which supports, I quote, any procedure for the resolution of disputes that was adopted by the parties. In this specific case, Kiev, Donetsk, and Lugansk. However, last year, all of the signatories of the Minsk agreements, except for Mr. Putin, I refer to Merkel, Hollande, and Poroshenko, publicly, and with some kind of pleasure even, recognized that having signed this document, they had no intention of implementing it. They were simply looking to gain time to shore up the military capability of Ukraine and to funnel weapons into the country to be used against Russia. For all of these years, if EU and NATO directly supported the sabotage of the Minsk agreements, encouraged the Kiev regime to use force to address problems in Donbass, and this was all in breach of Article 25 of the Charter, according to which all members of the United Nations agreed to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council. Let us recall that the package with the Minsk agreements, the heads of Russia, Germany, France, and Ukraine signed a declaration where Berlin and Paris assumed an obligation to do a lot, including to help to restore the banking system in Donbass. But they didn't move a finger. They merely observed how, contrary to all of those obligations, Poroshenko announced a trade, economic, and transport blockade against Donbass. In that same declaration, Berlin and Paris assumed an obligation to comply with a trilateral agreement in the EU-Russia-Ukraine format to practically resolve issues of concern to Russia in the area of trade, as well as to advance the establishment of a shared humanitarian economic space from Atlantic to the Pacific, I quote. This declaration was also endorsed by the Security Council and was also subject to implementation in line with Article 25. But this obligation also of the leaders of Germany and France was an empty promise and yet another violation of Charter principles. Recently, the foreign minister of Gromyko, the Soviet Union prime minister, said better to have 10 years of negotiations rather than a day of war. Following this, we have been engaged in painstaking negotiations, reaching agreements on European security. We approved the founding Russia-NATO Act. We adopted at the highest level the OSCE Declaration on the Indivisibility of Security in 1999 and in 2010. And beginning with 2015, we insisted on the unconditional implementation of the Minsk agreements, which emerged as a result of negotiations. And this is all fully in line with the Charter of the United Nations, which demands, I quote, to ensure conditions for the just and respect for obligations which emanate from treaties and other sources of international law, I quote. End of quote. And Western colleagues trampled upon this principle as well when they signed onto these documents, knowing in advance that they had no intention, would not comply with this. This has been repeatedly seen, and Mr. Putin referred to this repeatedly, including recently. And I'd like to remind the distinguished Secretary of State that President Zelenskyy signed a decree prohibiting the conduct of negotiations with the government of Putin. If the U.S. is so interested in them, I don't think it would be very difficult to give the command for the decree of Zelenskyy to be lifted. Now, in our Western opponents' rhetoric, we hear slogans: invasion, aggression, annexation, not a word about the root causes of the problems, where they cultivated and encouraged openly Nazi regimes, which openly rewrote the outcomes of the Second World War and the history of their own people. A substantive negotiation based on facts and respect for all of the requirements of the UN Charter is something which the West has avoided. And it seems that there is a fear of professional discussions that would reveal demagoguery with incantations of territorial integrity. Former colonial powers failed to mention the need for Paris to return the so-called French Mayotte and the composition of the islands, for London to withdraw from the Chagos archipelago, to begin discussions with Buenos Aires and the Malvinas Islands. These supporters of champions of territorial integrity in Ukraine now make it appear as if they don't even remember the sense of the Minsk agreements, which lies, I recall, in the reunification of Donbass and Ukraine, with a guarantee for respect for the fundamental human rights. First and foremost, the right to one's mother tongue. Having torn apart these agreements, the West now bears full responsibility for the collapse of Ukraine and for the fomenting of civil war there. Other principles in the Charter, respect for which could have prevented the security crisis in Europe and could help to reach an agreement on the basis of balance of interest, I would mention Article 2 of Article 8, which sets out the need to develop the practice of peaceful resolution of dispute with the assistance of regional organizations. In line with this principle, the Russian Federation, together with our allies, has been consistently advocating the restoration of contacts between the Collective Security Treaty Organization, the CSTO, and NATO to facilitate the practical implementation of the above-mentioned outcomes of the OSCE Summit on the Indivisibility of Security, which stipulate, among other things, I quote, not a single state, group of states, or organization can be vested with primary responsibility for the maintenance of peace and security and stability in the OSCE region, or consider any part of that region as a sphere of influence, of its influence. It's clear to all that this is specifically what NATO was doing in its attempt to create a full superiority and in Europe and now in the Asia-Pacific. However, the repeated appeals of bodies of the CSTO to NATO were disregarded. The reason for such an arrogant position of the U.S. and their allies, as we see once again today, lies in an unwillingness to engage in any equitable dialogue with any party. If NATO had not rejected the proposal of the CSTO to cooperate, then perhaps we could have avoided numerous negative processes which resulted in the current European crisis, because Russia had been not listened to or deceived for decades. Today, at the proposal of the presidency, we are discussing effective multilateralism. Let us not forget the numerous facts of the genetic avoidance of the West of any forms of equitable cooperation. Consider Joseph Borrell's pearl, that Europe is a flourishing garden surrounded by jungles. This is purely neo-colonialism with disregard for sovereign equality of states and the need to, and disregard for strengthening the principles of the UN through effective multilateralism. Trying to prevent democratization in international relations, the U.S. and its allies are openly and unceremoniously trying to privatize the Secretariat of the UN, in circumvention of the Secretariat, trying to advance unconsensual mandates with claims to have the right to accuse those who, for one reason or another, are inconvenient to Washington. In this connection, let us recall the need for stringent compliance with the Charter, not just by member states, but also by the Secretariat of our organization. According to Article 100, the Secretariat has an obligation to act impartially and should not receive any instructions from any government. We have already talked about Article 2, and I wish to draw attention to a key point, paragraph 1, an organization based on the principles of sovereign equality of states. Building upon this principle, the General Assembly in the above-mentioned 1970 declaration reaffirmed, I quote, the inalienable right of each state to select for itself the political, economic, social, and cultural system without intervention from any side. End of quote. And in this connection, we have serious questions that arise about the statements which our distinguished Secretary General delivered on the 29th of March, that, and I quote, autocratic rule does not guarantee stability. This is a catalyst for chaos and conflict. And robust democratic societies are capable of correcting themselves, improving themselves. They can stimulate change, even radical change, without any bloodletting or violence. One cannot but recall the changes that were introduced by the aggressive misadventures of robust democracies in Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and many others. The distinguished Secretary General then said, democracies are the centers of broad cooperation rooted in the principles of equality, participation, and solidarity. End of quote. Worthy of note is that this was all stated, this was all announced by something Biden convened beyond the outside of the framework of the UN, the so-called Summit for Democracy. The U.S. administration selected the participants of this on the principle of loyalty. Loyalty not so much for Washington, but rather the Democratic Party, which rules in Washington, attempts to use a new formula to address issues directly contradict paragraph 4, Article 1 of the UN Charter, which sets out the need, I quote, to ensure the role of the organization as a center for agreeing on action for the achievement of shared goals. Contrary to this principle, many years ago, France, Germany, they proclaimed an alliance of multilateralists, where they also invited only those who were obedient. And this in and of itself once again points to the unshakable nature of the colonialist mentality and the view of the initiators of this meeting vis-a-vis the principle of effective multilateralism. In parallel, there was a narrative that was imposed about the European Union as the ideal of multilateralism. Now there are calls from Brussels to expand the membership of the EU as soon as possible to include specifically the Balkan countries. But most importantly, this is not about Serbia, not about Turkey, where for decades hopeless talks have been carried out for their entry, but rather this is about Ukraine. Joseph Borrell recently said that the Kiev regime needs to be accepted into the EU as soon as possible. Apparently, had it not been for the war, this would have taken years, and now there's a need to do so without respect for any criteria. Serbia, Turkey, and others, they'll wait, but the Nazis can skip the queue to enter the ranks of the EU. Incidentally, at the same Summit for Democracy, the Secretary General proclaimed that democracy emanates from the Charter of the United Nations. The first words of the Charter, "We the people," reflects a fundamental source of legitimacy, the consent of the governed. Quote. It is useful to compare this premise with the track record of the Kiev regime, who, beginning with the coup in 2014 and the war being unleashed against its own people, against the millions of people who did not consent to rule by neo-Nazis and Russophobes, thereby undermining the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Those who, contrary to the Charter, divides humanity in democracies and autocracies, fail to respond to the question of what category they place the Ukrainian regime in. I won't wait for an answer. So there's a question about the relationship between the Security Council and the General Assembly. The Western aggressive clique has been peddling the theme of abuse of the right of veto, and not with an incorrect focus on members of the UN. They have reached the result. This was resulted in the situation that after every exercise of the veto, the General Assembly considers the matter. This is not a problem for us at all, because the Russian approaches to all issues on the agenda are open. There is does not pose a difficulty for us to expound on our positions or lay them out yet again. And the right to a veto is an absolutely legitimate instrument which is stipulated in the Charter of the United Nations to prevent the adoption of decisions that would divide the organization. But if the procedure for discussion of the General Assembly of applications of the veto was approved, since this was approved, then why not consider why certain resolutions without any veto that were adopted, including those many years ago, but are not being implemented, despite the provisions of Article 25 of the Charter? Why would the General Assembly not consider the reasons behind this? This includes resolutions of the Security Council of Palestine and the whole range of issues related to the Middle East, the JCPOA, Resolution 2202, which approved the Minsk agreements on Ukraine. Also worthy of attention is the problem linked to sanctions regimes. This is now a norm. The Security Council, after protracted negotiations, fully in line with the Charter, adopt sanctions against a specific country. Subsequently, the U.S. and its allies impose against that same state additional, supplemental, unilateral restrictions which did not secure the consent of the Security Council and are not included in its resolution as part of the agreed-upon package. This includes another very egregious example. Berlin, Paris, and London just adopted a decision through their national legislative bodies, for example, to extend restrictions against Iran that were set to expire in October, which are subject to legal conclusion in line with Resolution 2231. So the Security Council has determined that they have expired, but those countries decide that they decide on the rules. After this, any adoption of a council of sanctions, there is a need to consider the question of the adoption of any sanctions by the Security Council not be overridden by the desires of others. Also important is for sanctions regime through the Security Council to be time-bound insofar as their being unlimited in nature deprives the Council of flexibility vis-a-vis the impact on the sanctioned government's policy. There is a need to consider humanitarian limitations of sanctions. For sanctions projects introduced at the Security Council should be accompanied by assessments about their consequences through consequences by humanitarian agencies of the UN, rather than being accompanied by demagogical exhortations of Western colleagues that ordinary people will not suffer. We see a deep crisis in international relations and the lack of willingness to redress this situation by the West. And the organization is responsible for the fate of the world in the historic context. There's a need to abandon parochial, short-sighted arrangements and national elections of any given member state being taken into account. Let us once again recall, nearly 80 years ago, having signed on to the UN Charter, world's leaders agreed to respect the sovereign equality of all states, large states, small states, poor ones, rich ones, monarchies, republics. In other words, even then, humankind recognized the need for equitable, polycentric world order as a guarantee for the sustainability and security of its development. For this reason, we're not talking today about subordinating ourselves to some kind of a rules-based order, but we are talking about compliance with all of the obligations which we shouldered when signing the Charter in all of their integral and interconnected nature. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Sergei Lavrov, and now I give the floor to Her Excellency, Mrs. Catherine Colonna, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Europe for the Republic of France.
Microphone, please. I thank the Secretary General for his remarks. I wish to take this opportunity to begin by applauding the statement delivered by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskiy. For the past 18 months, he has been embodied Ukrainian action. He has been the countenance and the voice of millions of Ukrainian people who have been fighting for their freedom with admirable courage. Before this council, whose mandate focuses on international peace and security, his call is something which we need to respond to. On 24 February 2022, the Russian Federation chose to unleash a war of aggression against a sovereign state in violation of all its international commitments and principles, which for 8 decades have prevailed in relations among nations. A war with no other motivation than the Russian desire to restore its dream of an imperial past, despite the fact that this had been condemned by history. Ukraine is evidently the main victim of this war. Ukraine and its people every day endure atrocities, war crimes, shelling, torture. Ukrainian children, thousands of Ukrainian children have been forcefully abducted from their families and transferred to the Russian Federation. This is an abomination. Ukrainian women, men, children have endured mass rape, which has been used as a war crime, another crime. Yes, this war is a war against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people, but this is also a war against the rules of international life. For this is a war against the most basic principles of our shared charter. First and foremost, the respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. This is a war against the very idea of the United Nations. This is a war against the pillars of our collective security at a time when Russia has been harnessing the security of nuclear facilities as a leverage for the advancement of its aggression. This is a war against shared heritage of humankind, against cultural heritage, which Russia has been targeting in Odessa and elsewhere, targeting global food security with the sudden and cynical termination of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. And more than 270,000 tons of grains have been systematically destroyed by Russian bombardment. For a member of this council to use hunger as a weapon is yet another transgression, following on a litany of others. And we need to consider the moral implications of this. This is a war which concerns all of us. For this reason, we will not waver. In the face of this aggression and the destabilization that it has generated throughout the world, only a handful of states, which states one should consider, support the catastrophic choice of Russia. The General Assembly, like the Security Council, are largely united around shared principles. How is it possible to position back-to-back the aggressor and the aggressed? This approach delivers neither peace nor justice nor stability. If we allow the Russian aggression to be rewarded today, let us not deceive ourselves. We will once again have to bring together the Security Council in this hall, for there will be other aggressions that will proliferate here and elsewhere, and nobody will be safe any longer. Mr. President, almost all countries present here at this table have, in their more or less recent history, endured the trauma of war. They experienced this firsthand, the destruction, the human tragedy which it carries in its wake, and they know that it is never a solution. Tomorrow, as is the case with every 21st of September, we commemorate the World Day of Peace. And we have a responsibility and a moral duty to act to end this aggression by Russia. The General Assembly, as and the AU, expressly call for. On 21 September, as has been the case every day since the outbreak of this war, France has been mobilized and will continue to mobilize to thwart this aggression for our common good. France will continue to act on the basis of shared principles. The principle of legitimate defense recognized by our charter. We will continue to pursue military and civil support and civilian support to provide Ukraine with what is necessary for it to resist the aggression. The principle of justice and dignity. We will continue to support Ukrainian and international jurisdictions to ensure that there is no impunity for crimes perpetrated by Russia. The principle of solidarity. We will continue to pursue and to step up our tangible support for the countries most hard hit by the global food crisis provoked by Russia. And we will step up our humanitarian assistance to benefit people in need throughout the world. Mr. President, the primacy of law over force, international solidarity, and support for the most vulnerable are principles which lie at the heart of President Zelenskyy's peace formula. This is why each day more and more of us support it. I call upon all states who have not yet done so to work to that end. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Madame Colonna for her statement. And I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Mauro Vieira, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Federative Republic of Brazil.
I thank the Presidency of the Security Council for organizing this meeting. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine has added numerous stresses to the multilateral system, which was already subject to multiple complex challenges and increasing dissent. The current context of polarization and distrust does not create favorable conditions for the multilateral instances of international peace and security to operate effectively. The world is facing the highest number of violent conflicts since World War II, and 2 billion people, a quarter of humanity, are living in areas affected by conflicts. Yet, our collective institutions are not adequately responding to these challenges. As the concept note of this debate rightly points out, the inability of the Security Council to adequately fulfill its mandate is undermining its credibility and leading to renewed calls for its long overdue reform. In these troubled times, daunting violations of core values of the principles of the United Nations, Brazil has been encouraging member states to revive the spirit of San Francisco in the search for peace for present and future generations, which is the fundamental mission of this organization. Brazil fully respects and upholds the right of self-defense of all member states under Article 51 of UN Charter. At the same time, we must recognize that the recent escalation in the conflict, with the introduction of even more sophisticated weapons and ammunition, or the inadmissible threat of use of nuclear weapons, seriously undermines peace and security well beyond the battlefield. violating the core principles and provisions of the UN Charter. This dynamic has grave consequences, above all for the civilian population, in particular women and children, who are disproportionately affected by wars. The destruction of civilian infrastructure worsens the humanitarian crisis, especially as winter approaches. Moreover, the persistent threat to the integrity of nuclear facilities risks a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Mr. President, as we have consistently noted, the war in Ukraine also affects other regions, especially as developing countries bear the burden of food and energy insecurity. We welcome the Secretary General's effort to explore alternatives to alleviate the suffering of millions of people who once again face hunger or the threat of hunger. Brazil strongly supports a resumption of the Black Sea Grain Initiative under terms that would be acceptable to all concerned parties. Brazil also underscores the need for addressing the root causes of food and energy insecurity, such as excessively high interest rates and external debt that severely impact prices and the ability of developing countries to invest in sustainable food and energy production. The current international financial structure is not well equipped to assist these countries address their major challenges. As recently announced by President Lula, Brazil will launch during our G20 presidency a global alliance against hunger. This is a top priority for Brazil and should be for all of us. Mr. President, it's worrisome that we are witnessing a conflict with such geopolitical reverberations well into the 21st century. We must reserve this course. We must reverse this course. Brazil, along with many others, continue to call for the de-escalation of hostilities, the resumption of dialogue, and a peaceful solution to the conflict. This is an obligation of all member states under Article 33 of the UN Charter. There is no military solution to this conflict, only a political solution that takes into account the purpose and principles of the UN Charter and the legitimate security concerns of all parties will bring lasting peace. The international community will have to assist the parties to come to a negotiated and lasting solution. Brazil is prepared to do its part. Mr. President, the space for diplomacy and peaceful solution is narrowing. We must set aside practices that only deepen divisions instead of contributing to a more peaceful world and work together for renewed multilateralism. Brazil firmly advocates for mediation and preventive diplomacy as indispensable tools to prevent the escalation of crisis. With this view, Brazil has been engaged in several fora to deal with the Ukrainian crisis. We have sent high representatives to Copenhagen and Jeddah. We have also spoken bilaterally to the concerned parties. We strongly encourage that in these conversations, both parties should be heard and their views carefully taken into consideration. Talking to only one part or the other will not help advancing the cause of durable peace. A comprehensive approach, as suggested, will be the only way forward to enable peaceful negotiations. With that in mind, we will organize next month, during our presidency of the Security Council, a high-level open debate on the contributions of regional, sub-regional, and bilateral arrangements to the prevention and peaceful resolution of disputes. I count on your participation in October. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Vieira for his statement. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Mariam Al-Mahiri, Minister of Climate Change and Environment, Chief of the International Affairs Office at the Presidential Court of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. President. I extend my gratitude to Secretary General Guterres for his valuable briefing and wish to acknowledge the heads of state and government and other high-level representatives present today. I also welcome the participation of President Zelensky. I commend Albania for convening this critical open debate. The UAE has long advocated for a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine that upholds the UN Charter. The war has wrought a devastating toll on human life, including the displacement of almost 2 out of every 3 children in Ukraine. The country now bears the grim record for the highest concentration of landmines in the world, rendering nearly 1/3 of the country no longer safe due to unexploded ordnance. This conflict has further ravaged food and transport infrastructure. We stress once again the need for all parties to comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law and specifically the protection of those objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population. We are deeply concerned by the ramifications of the destruction of infrastructure on survivor services, health care, and other critical forms of support, especially on women and children, who already bear the brunt of armed conflict. The UAE has pledged $100 million to help address the humanitarian crisis. We have sent 11 airlifts of relief and medical supplies for children and the elderly, provided more than 2,500 generators, and sent 23 ambulances just this week. The UAE has also provided $4 million in funding for First Lady Olena Zelenskay's Foundation's programming for orphans. Beyond Ukraine, the war's global ripple effects are evident, especially in the pronounced impact on food security, including in our own region. Let me restate that the UAE remains steadfast in supporting the renewal of the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the full implementation of the MOU on Russian fertilizers and food products, as well as any discussions that support these goals. Mr. President, while crucial, these measures only alleviate rather than end suffering. World leaders, especially this week in the General Assembly, have made clear the global desire for a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine, one that upholds the UN Charter. A diverse set of countries is increasingly coming together around the common cause of peace in Ukraine. We welcome the role played by countries such as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and China, as well as the African Peace Initiative, in supporting all possible routes to a peaceful settlement. In these calls, there is growing recognition of the urgency of the task, not just for Ukraine, but for all of us. The war amplified the erosion of faith in multilateralism. Achieving peace can begin its restoration. Of course, peace will only come out of diplomatic talks between Russia and Ukraine, and it will only be just and sustainable if it upholds the UN Charter. The UN Security Council and its members have a vital role to play in this process. We can encourage and incentivize de-escalation, extend the agency to uphold the UN Charter to every file before us, and expand the circle of peacemakers to reflect today's global realities. We would welcome an increasingly representative council and believe the discussions on Security Council reform should move forward with serious intention. Though the path to peace in Ukraine may be arduous, it doesn't license inaction. There is only one sustainable path to a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the UN Charter and preserving its sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, and the UAE stands ready to support that objective. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency, Ms. Almairi, for her statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Ma Jiaosu, Executive Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, China's position on the Ukraine issue is consistent and clear. President Xi Jinping put forward 4 points on what must be done, 4 things the international community must do together, and 3 observations. They have become fundamental guidance for China to handle the Ukraine issue. We believe that the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of all countries should be respected. The purposes and the principle of the UN Charter observed. The legitimate security concerns of all countries taken seriously, and all efforts conducive to resolving the crisis supported. In February this year, we released China's position on the political settlement of the Ukraine crisis, laying out 12 propositions including respecting sovereignty, ceasing hostilities, resuming talks, stopping unilateral sanctions, etc. The core message is facilitating talks for peace. China has maintained close communication on the Ukraine crisis with various relevant parties and the rest of the international community. The special representative of the Chinese government on Eurasian affairs has visited countries concerned and attended the International Conference on Ukraine in Jeddah. China has facilitated talks for peace in its own way and played a positive and constructive role in resolving the Ukraine crisis. Mr. President, the Ukraine crisis is still on. The intense situation on the battleground and the accumulating risks of spillover have exerted a significant impact internationally. The Ukraine crisis has become what it is today for a variety of deep and complex reasons. A prolonged and expanded Ukraine crisis is in no one's interest. In light of the current situation, I would like to stress on the following 4 points. First, stay committed to facilitating talks for peace. History has proven that conflict produces no winner and war cannot solve problems. The pursuit of one's absolute security, all efforts to stoke bloc confrontation will only intensify disagreement and conflict and will come to no good. However complicated the situation or challenging the task, it is important to stick to the general direction of political settlement, help parties concerned to build consensus, initiate talks for peace, and cease hostilities at an early date. To this end, the international community needs to create necessary conditions and atmosphere. Relevant parties need to take a long view, uphold the vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, respect each other's legitimate security concerns, and promote the building of a balanced, effective, and sustainable security architecture in Europe. Second, avoid pouring oil over the fire. All parties should exercise restraint and not increase or escalate tension. Refrain from taking any initiatives that lead to a steady escalation of the situation, and work to create necessary conditions for political settlement. We should safeguard the bottom line of nuclear security and prevent man-made nuclear accident. Third, manage the spillover risks. The Ukraine crisis has dealt a heavy blow toward economic recovery and global development, and severely affected the world food, energy, and financial security. Developing countries are the first to bear the brunt. Relevant countries should stop abusing unilateral sanctions and long-arm jurisdiction and protect the security and the smooth operation of global production and supply chains. We support relevant parties in maintaining communication with Russia and Ukraine on the Black Sea Green Deal and assuming the deal on the basis of balanced consideration of the concerns of both sides with a view to earnestly protecting global food security. Fourth, ease the humanitarian crisis. In 2023, as many as 339 million people around the world are in need of humanitarian aid, some 70 million more than at the beginning of 2022. The Ukraine crisis has produced millions of displaced people and destroyed multiple important large-scale infrastructure. The parties to the conflict should strictly observe international humanitarian law, follow the principles of necessity, distinction, and proportionality, protect civilians and civilian infrastructure, and provide rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access in order to lessen the suffering of civilians. The international community and the humanitarian institutions should honor the principles of humanitarian aid and step up efforts to help people affected, tide over difficulties. China attaches great importance to the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. At the beginning of the crisis, we put forward a 6-point initiative for preventing a massive humanitarian crisis, and have all along played a constructive role in easing the humanitarian situation. We have provided multiple batches of humanitarian supplies to Ukraine. Mr. President, China will stay committed to the true multilateralism, stay committed to an objective and just position, and will always stand on the side of dialogue, on the side of peace, and on the right side of history. We are ready to work with Security Council members and relevant parties to continue playing a constructive role for the political settlement of the Ukraine crisis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Ma, for your statement. And now I give the floor to representatives of Mozambique.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to thank the Albanian presidency for convening this briefing. We also wish to express our deep gratitude to the Secretary General for his invaluable insights. Mr. President, it is not redundant that we remind ourselves of the importance of multilateralism, fostering cooperation, partnership, interaction between states based on a shared system of norms and values. Multilateralism also involves consultation, dialogue, inclusion, respect, solidarity, and is guided by collectively developed rules that ensure sustainable and effective cooperation. More significantly, the importance of multilateralism lies in its ability to enable us, sovereign states, to solve complex challenges collectively that they could be not overcome individually. By nurturing peace before, during, and after conflicts, multilateralism contributes to sustainable and lasting peace. It is in this regard that the Security Council must play its crucial role in maintaining international peace and security by facilitating political process, protecting civilians, preventing wars, promoting human rights, and restoring the rule of law. Mr. President, this protracted conflict between Russia and Ukraine constitutes a grave risk to the maintenance of global peace and security. This, in essence, perfectly illustrates the struggle multilateralism faces. Despite numerous international appeals, including from this very Council, we are now entering the 574th day of hostilities with mounting civilian casualties and no clear end in sight. It is indeed a 21st century tragedy unfolding under our collective gaze and the scrutiny of the entire world. This conflict unfolds both on the battlefield and amidst a perplexed and divided public opinion, pushing our contemporary multilateral system to its breaking point. Our multilateral system, as we all can attest, has, despite its imperfections, weathered numerous crises. These ongoing crises pose a serious threat to this foundational principle of global stability. Not only has the conflict caused immense suffering for Ukraine and its people, but it has also compounded global food security issues, pushing more individuals into poverty and destabilizing regions far from the conflict's epicenter. Moreover, this conflict impedes our joint efforts to reach vital multilateral milestones like the Sustainable Development Goals which are a focal topic of this year's General Assembly and jeopardizes our collective efforts toward non-proliferation. Mr. President, of particular concern to Mozambique is the intensification of military rhetoric and the possibility of further escalation. It is evident that the involved parties continue to prioritize military strategies over dialogue and compromise, increasing the risk of severe miscalculations. We maintain that there can be no purely military resolution to this crisis. Should one be pursued, it will weigh heavily on the Council's conscience for a generation to come. We remain unyielding in our advocacy for a political and negotiated end to this conflict. We once again urge all parties to silence the guns, engage in earnest in diplomatic efforts aimed at the swift resumption of direct negotiations. A lasting peace, consistent with the Charter, remains the sole viable solution. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mozambique, and now I give the floor to His Excellency, the Chancellor of Germany, Mr. Scholz.
Mr. President, colleagues, excellencies, it has been almost 19 months since Russia started a brutal war of aggression against its sovereign neighbor, Ukraine. Tens of thousands of soldiers and Ukrainian civilians have been killed. Countless Ukrainian children have been abducted. Russian troops have murdered, raped, and tortured. They are razing towns and villages to the ground. They are mining entire regions, turning cornfields into death traps. This war is taking place in Europe, but its repercussions are felt throughout the world. Russia has deliberately removed millions of tons of grains and fertilizer from the world market, which countries around the globe need to guarantee food security. Russia is deliberately targeting grain silos and port infrastructures. And Russia has withdrawn unilaterally from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, triggering more poverty and more food insecurity all over the world. There is no justification for that. Any claims that sanctions are hampering Russian exports of crops and fertilizer are false. There are no sanctions impeding such exports. On the contrary, Russia dominates the global fertilizer market. 2022 was a record year for Russian wheat exports. The reason for the continued suffering in Ukraine and around the world is shockingly simple. Russia's president wants to follow through with his imperialistic plan to conquer his sovereign neighbor, Ukraine. Mr. President, the United Nations has expressed very clearly what it thinks of Russia's war of aggression, most recently on the 23rd of February of this year. The General Assembly called for just and lasting peace. This demand is directed at Russia. It remains unanswered. Nothing rings out louder today than Russia's silence in response to this global call for peace. Some argue that this war could have been prevented by diplomatic means. In fact, France and Germany have held hundreds of meetings with Moscow and Kiev since the beginning of Russia's attack on eastern Ukraine in 2014. Our aim was to find a diplomatic solution that is in line with international law. All these endeavors failed because one party, Russia, chose war over diplomacy. But there has been no lack of diplomatic efforts. Some call for immediate ceasefire. I acknowledge their good intentions. We all want an end to the killing today rather than tomorrow. And yet we must beware of seemingly easy solutions that promise peace in name only. Peace without freedom is oppression, and peace without justice is a dictate. In the resolutions of the General Assembly, we have laid out the path towards peace. Peace means respecting the UN Charter. Peace means respecting the territorial integrity and political independence of Ukraine. That is the promise of UN Charter gives to every United Nations member state. No one longs for peace more than the Ukrainians. The peace plan that the Ukrainian president has laid out is proof of that. The recent meetings in Copenhagen and Jeddah were important. This work should be continued. It should be continued in the pursuit of one goal, finding peace that respects the principles of the UN Charter. Mr. President, the more decisively we rally behind these principles, the more determined we are in pushing for a just peace, and the more united we are in our rejections of Russian aggression, the sooner this war will end. The sooner this human suffering will end in Ukraine and around the world. This goal is worth our utmost efforts. Thank you.
I thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz. There are still a considerable number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting, so I intend, with concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 15:30 or 3:30 p.m. for our American friends. So the meeting is suspending. The 9,421st meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I would like to warmly welcome distinguished presidents, ministers, and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 4 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out this work expeditiously. Flashing lights on the colors of the microphones will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 4 minutes. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for convening today's debate, important not only for Ukraine, but for all of us who respect the UN Charter. We cannot remain silent when multilateralism and international law, the UN Charter at its core, are under unparalleled pressure. Russia's aggression against Ukraine violates all the values we believe in. It violates the fundamental principles enshrined in the Charter while exposing the structural deficiencies of the UN and its Security Council. A permanent member of a council responsible for upholding international peace and security has launched a full-scale, unlawful and unjustified war against its sovereign neighbor, using its veto power to shield itself from accountability, shamelessly undermining the Council's credibility and the UN authority. I call on all responsible Council members and all the UN member nations to urgently reflect on how we can together fix the brutal ignorance of core principles of the UN. I am convinced that the one responsible for aggression and conflicts have to face justice, even the one with veto right in the Security Council, because a crime is a crime regardless who you are or what power you hold. Mr. President, from the beginning of a large-scale armed attack by the Russian Federation against sovereign Ukraine to this date, the office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has recorded 27,149 civilian casualties in the country, with 9,614 people killed. 500,000 of them are children. These numbers are not bare statistics. These are people's lives, broken destinies, and lost dreams. For those who endure, there are no safe places, as homes, hospitals, food storages, and schools have been destroyed. Tens of thousands of children have lost their families or have been forcefully deported to Russia and Belarus, only to suffer abuse in re-education camps or to be stripped of their Ukrainian roots and identity in Russian families. A disgraceful practice executed already by our neighbor in the history of my country and in many other places. The human toll of this war extends far beyond Ukraine. By unilaterally leaving the UN-mediated Black Sea grain deal and obstructing Ukrainian grain export, Russia is using food scarcity as a tool to manipulate the world's most vulnerable populations. Let me repeat loud and clear. We have never sanctioned Russian exports of food to third countries. Russia and Russia alone is responsible for this war and for millions of people's lives who face starvation as Russia is destroying Ukrainian grain facilities, stealing grain from occupied territories, and bombarding Ukrainian ports. Russia's actions reveal its intention to manipulate the market and destabilize the international political climate by increasing the grain price and forcing countries to become reliant on Russian assistance. The UN cannot allow aggression to become a form of politics. Ukraine has presented its peace formula, the only comprehensive plan to overcome the Russian aggression and all its consequences. The points of peace formula reiterate all the basic principles of the Charter. An overwhelming majority of the UN members have voted for a just peace for Ukraine and protecting the Charter. However, the Security Council remains hostage of the aggressor. Mr. President, it has become an unfortunate reality that the Security Council is unable to act decisively and fulfill its mandate. To ensure that the Security Council can carry out the tasks set by the UN Charter, there is no alternative but to adjust the structure and working methods of the Council while further reinforcing the power of the General Assembly. The veto initiative adopted last spring was a laudable, significant first step. But more has to be done. There should be no veto right if there is a suspicion that the one casting it may be have acted against the international law. Estonia supports the French-Mexican initiative on the veto restraint and the code of conduct by the Accountability, Coherence and Transparency Group on not voting against resolutions aimed at ending mass atrocities, including the crime of aggression. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Karis for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic.
Mr. President, Excellencies, it is an honor to address you today at this Security Council, and I would like to thank the Albanian Presidency for this opportunity. We teach our children to play by the rules, to develop friendly and respectful relations, and to prevent conflicts. This globally shared notion, we, the members the member states of the UN family, reflected in the international rules in order to secure a peaceful and prosperous life for our societies. And yet, Russia, a permanent member of this Security Council, launched a full-fledged invasion and leads a brutal and unprovoked war of aggression against its neighbor, in a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter. It is an outrageous insult to the rules-based order and thus to the entire international community. Time and again, we have been bitterly retaught the lesson that the aggressor's voracity only grows while he devours his prey. This is not only about Russia and Ukraine, this concerns us all. The ultimate victory of Ukraine means victory of the rule of law and respect to others, while its defeat would allow lawless brutality to prevail. That's why I believe that no country may be genuinely neutral to this conflict. Russia must completely and unconditionally withdraw all of its troops and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine. The Kremlin leadership must face consequences and be brought to justice. Due to Russia's aggression, people are dying again in Europe. But the impacts of the war go far beyond the region. By violating the fundamental rights of Ukraine to its independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity, Russia is putting peace and security at risk globally, inspiring possible followers. Further, we cannot but condemn Russia's cynical decision to terminate the Black Sea grain initiative. It has led to massive increases of food prices, and it bluntly demonstrates how little Russia cares about the day-to-day struggle of the most vulnerable ones. The international community and almost all members of the Security Council have already expressed their desire for peace in Ukraine. But clearly, no one wants peace more than the Ukrainians themselves. A just and lasting peace. A peace that does not reward the aggressor. And this is why we support President Zelenskyy's effort in his peace formula. It is only Ukraine who can set the terms of any peace solution. Mr. President, Excellencies, as you know, my country has its own painful experience with Russian, that time called international assistance. They came without being asked to assist us against us. Today, We call it by proper names, imperialism and expansionism. We have been there. Czechia, therefore, feels a strong solidarity with Ukraine and its people. I am truly thankful that our government and our society have been supporting Ukraine so wholeheartedly. We are determined to stay side by side with Ukraine and support it as long as it takes, until peace and rule of law are restored. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Pavel for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, how do we measure human suffering? How do we measure the pain of an orphan child, of parents who lose children, of the mutilated and victims of torture? And how do one resist and survive all this and keep fighting for one's family, one's home, one's country? I was in Ukraine a few weeks ago, and it is impossible to remain indifferent to the unspeakable devastation in Bucha, in Moshchun, tragic examples of humanity and suffering. But it is also impossible not to admire the inspiring vitality and moral strength embodied in the resistance and resilience of the Ukrainian people, who are admirably defending themselves against an illegal, unjust and immoral invasion. I therefore welcome the Albanian presidency's initiative to convene this crucial open debate as an open debate. Portugal's position is clear. We are and we will always be on the side of international law, the UN Charter, and any General Assembly resolution condemning the aggression against Ukraine and demanding the withdrawal of Russian troops. We are and we will always be in solidarity with the legitimate defense of Ukraine and its formula for peace, with its struggle to restore sovereignty and supporting its contribution to global food security. We are and we will always be in solidarity with the victims, with the refugees we have always welcomed, with Secretary General's efforts to create humanitarian corridors and conditions for the return of thousands of children taken from their families and illegally deported. We are and we will always be committed to a just roadmap for peace, one that restores and gives credibility to international law and reaffirms Ukraine's legitimate aspiration to full integration into the organizations it sovereignly wishes to join. We are and we will always be ready to make our contribution to achieving a just and sustainable peace that makes possible immediate and lasting ceasefire with the withdrawal of the Russian Federation's troops from the territory of Ukraine and the guarantee of nuclear safety and its facilities under the monitoring of the International Atomic Energy Agency. A just and sustainable peace that ensures the monitored release of prisoners and deportees with special urgency for the situation of children, and that ensures the credibility of international justice through a thorough investigation and accountability for all war crimes, human crimes, and their perpetrators. These steps and the political courage they require could lead, in time, to the signing of a peace and security treaty between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. Let us live up with this moment. Our people demand it. Humanity demand it. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Rebelo de Sousa for his statement. And now I pass the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Catalina Novak, President of Hungary.
Thank you so much, President. Mr. President, I would like to thank you personally, Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania, for taking the effort to initiate this open debate. Open debates create for us, non-member countries of the Security Council, an opportunity to express our views and issues impacting our world. Our position is clear. The Russian Federation has crossed the Rubicon with the invasion of an independent and sovereign state, a member of the international community, and the member of the family of the United Nations. Our goal is a lasting, just peace in Ukraine. Mr. President, According to the 2022 Global Conflict Tracker of the Council of Foreign Relations, there were 27 armed conflicts around the world. Since the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, this number has significantly increased. We see that new armed and military conflicts emerge as we speak. For 1.5 years, we have witnessed a major war as never before since the Second World War, at least not us, Europeans. War itself is not unknown to us. In the early 90s, we saw the bloodshed and experienced the impact of the war in the Balkans, again, Hungary's direct neighborhood. And let us not forget the stability of the Western Balkans is even now the goal we have to work for, among others, with the speeding up of the EU integration of the region. Today, it is a nuclear power invading a European, for some of us, a neighboring country, also with the realistic threat of nuclear escalation, a scenario that none of us wants to experience. We Hungarians are hit by the war in Ukraine in 3 dimensions. As a direct neighbor, we feel threatened. Ethnic Hungarians, citizens of Ukraine, are fighting and are dying on the battlefield. The war in Ukraine directly threatens the security architecture of Europe. Since the war is being fought close to the eastern border of NATO, the emergence of a new Cold War is the disturbing reality. The war in Ukraine has serious impact not only on the European continent, but in the whole world. Inflation and rising energy prices remind us that in this interconnected world, local conflicts easily become regional, then global. We all need to work together to promote peace and security in Ukraine. Hungary supports and is open to take part in any peace initiative that creates a feasible environment for a lasting ceasefire and creates a roadmap towards a sustainable and just peace. We need organizations, countries, and personalities who can invite the warring parties to peace negotiation. Organizations. We acknowledge the United Nations and this Security Council of the UN as essential actors in this process. Being the fora where both parties concerned are around the table, there is a room and a chance for talks and actions. We need countries. We need strong nations, for example, the United States, China, or Turkey, that are capable or ready to set the table for a possible solution, are capable or ready to talk with both sides and have the potential to influence the continuation further. Personalities we also need. Our history gives us so many examples that a small group of people or even a single person can have an effect or turn the flow of history. I am convinced that Pope Francis is someone who can facilitate peace in Ukraine. And let us not underestimate the power of women. Women leaders who join their forces to contribute to peacemaking can have a substantial contribution in this process. This brings me to congratulating Nataša Pirc-Musar, President of Slovenia, for their Security Council membership. Dear Natasha, your role is vital here. The personal presence of Mr. Volodymyr Zelenskiy, President of Ukraine, at this distinguished gathering before is also an indication that the moment has come to be serious about peace. I take this moment to reiterate that Hungary welcomes the Ukrainian peace initiative and is open to join the process. I also count on President Zelensky to take action and facilitate the restoration of rights of ethnic Hungarians in Ukraine, as he personally promised me during our last meeting in Kiev and also yesterday here in New York. With regard to the future of Ukraine, Hungary is interested in a stable, democratic, and prosperous Ukraine. In this spirit of good neighborhoodly relations, Hungary will keep providing political, economic, and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, as we did ever since the war has started. The support that Hungary provided to 2.7 million Ukrainian refugees who crossed the Hungarian borders is a token of our unwavering support for the cause of peace in Ukraine. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency Ms. Novak, for your statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Ms. Nataša Pirc-Musar, President of the Republic of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Slovenia has been condemning the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine. We have joined the General Assembly in demanding that the Russian Federation ends its invasion and unconditionally withdraw all its military forces from Ukraine. In this spirit, allow me to contribute to this debate with 3 points. The first addresses the impact of Russia's war against Ukraine on multilateralism and beyond. The second touches upon the importance of Security Council reform in the context of the crisis of multilateralism. The third sends a message to all those who still believe that they can commit crimes against humanity with impunity. Mr. President, the impact of the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine is multifold. It is primarily on the people of Ukraine who have felt the impact on a daily basis for almost 19 long months. Furthermore, the aggression has impacted on inter-ethnic relations and interstate relations in the region, but also globally. The aggression has also had a further human impact, with food security being further endangered as grains and their export have become part of the war tactics. Especially heartbreaking are the accounts from women and children, many of whom are at risk of human trafficking, exploitation, and conflict-related sexual violence. This is not multilateralism. This is violent anarchy, and it must stop. It must stop, but not only in Ukraine. Speaking at the United Nations headquarters at a home of 193 member states, it is important to put the war in Ukraine in a wider context. In 2022, fatalities from organized violence across the world increased by 97%. This was the deadliest year in almost 30 years. The Russian Federation's war against Ukraine largely contributed to this spike, but it was not the only one. In fact, the aggression against Ukraine is but one of the 55 recorded active state-based armed conflicts in 2022, the great majority of them taking place outside Europe. All these conflicts, the aggression against Ukraine included, are very worrying and they require our full attention. Mr. President, the UN Charter and international law-based multilateralism are increasingly under attack. To make global governance work, we need an inclusive, transparent, responsive, and accountable multilateral system built on trust, respect, solidarity, and international law, with the UN and the UN Security Council at its core. Yesterday, I made it clear in my speech that the need for Security Council reform is long overdue. It may sound a bit naive today what I am about to say, but it needs to be said time and again so that it is taken seriously tomorrow. Namely, if the major powers with special status and privileges want to live in peace and want to make the United Nations a truly inclusive and fair global institution, they need to act responsibly. Not only do they need to make and keep peace, but they also must refrain from violating the peace. This is the point from which any meaningful reform of the Security Council should begin. Slovenia will support and participate in such endeavors. Mr. President, finally, a lasting peace can be achieved only if justice is served. Slovenia is a staunch supporter of the fight against impunity. All those responsible for crimes and atrocities must be held accountable. Earlier this year, Slovenia hosted a diplomatic conference that resulted in the adoption of an important international treaty, the The Hague Convention on International Cooperation in the Investigation and Prosecution of the Crime of Genocide, Crimes against Humanity, War Crimes, and other international crimes. We call on all countries to become parties to this convention. And to summarize, if we want a better and more fair world, we need a better and more fair organization of the United Nations and the Security Council. And just to remind you, Do we know where the innocent people are being killed, where the houses are being destroyed? Is this in Russia? You know the answer. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Musar for her statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Edgars Rinkēvičs, President of the Republic of Latvia.
Mr. President, I would like to thank Albania as the presidency of the Security Council for convening this debate. 1.5 years ago, the Russian Federation, a permanent member of this very council, started its brutal invasion against Ukraine. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine threatens the rules-based order and undermines the United Nations Charter. Latvia condemns in the strongest possible terms Russia's unprovoked, large-scale aggression against Ukraine, enabled by Belarus. The international community must not allow Russia to get away with this land grab. We cannot afford the international system to backslide to the pre-World War II era. Russia bears the sole responsibility for the war it started. Russia alone must end it immediately. Every sovereign country has a right to choose its own foreign policy course. It applies to Ukraine as well as to any other country. Ukraine has a right to defend itself against foreign aggression. Ukraine fights for its survival, its right to exist. We must all continue to support Ukraine for as long as necessary. Latvia supports Ukraine's peace formula. Only Ukraine can decide when to start peace negotiations. Sustainable peace must be based on Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. President, we are witnessing a clear pattern of Russia's deliberate steps aimed at causing maximum suffering to Ukraine's civilian population and targeting Ukraine's civilian infrastructure. Children are particularly suffering in this war. They are being deported to Russia or Belarus. There, they are forcefully re-educated and militarily trained, turned into Russian citizens or legally adopted. These crimes must stop. Russian leadership and military personnel must be held accountable for each and every international crime committed in and against Ukraine. By ensuring accountability, we will bring justice to the victims and prevent the return of such crimes in the future. Latvia reiterates the need to establish a special international tribunal to prosecute for the crime of aggression. Latvia invites more countries to join the register of damage created by the Council of Europe. It is an important first practical step towards a future international compensation mechanism. Mr. President, Russia's war against Ukraine is causing serious geopolitical, economic, and humanitarian consequences far beyond Europe's borders. It is Russia's war against Ukraine that has aggravated the shortage of food supplies, not the sanctions. Russia considers food as a weapon of war rather than essential humanitarian good to prevent hunger around the globe. Russia alone is responsible for stopping the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This initiative allowed to export millions of tons of foodstuffs to global markets and fed those in need. It is key to continue international efforts to mitigate the effects of global food insecurity. In conclusion, I hope the day when Russia ceases its brutal war of aggression comes soon. Our thoughts are with the brave heroes of Ukraine who defend freedom. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Rinkēvičs for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alejandro Eduardo Giammattei Falla, President of the Republic of Guatemala.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I'm pleased to make this statement on behalf of the group of friends of accountability against Ukraine, made up of 49 member states in the European Union. Today, it has been 574 days since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Russia's illegal war of aggression is a clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and constitutes a blatant violation of international law, including the UN Charter, as has been clearly and repeatedly condemned in resolutions adopted by the General Assembly. The group of friends will support all meaningful efforts to bring perpetrators of these massacres to justice. This includes justice for crimes involving children, such as the forcible transfer of Ukraine's children to Russia within occupied parts of Ukraine and deportation to Russia, as well as restoring a sense of justice for the manifold victims of the war. The journey towards justice is often long and costly, but we will be there to sustain the process. The group of friends stands ready to support Ukraine's initiative for a just and lasting peace and other relevant initiatives seeking to advance peace in line with international law, including the UN Charter and relevant GA resolutions. We must all stand together around the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. We must remain committed in condemning the continued Russian aggression that goes against the very purpose and spirit of the UN Charter. The maintenance of international peace and security can only be ensured through a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Today, we underscore the importance of pursuing perpetrators of international crimes, because by doing so, we defend the very rules of our international system depends on, and we hopefully deter anyone from committing such violations in the future. Without accountability, crimes will continue and impunity will persist, undermining the prospects for future peace and reconciliation. Our resolve is unwavering for as long as it takes. Mr. President, in my national capacity, I would like to reiterate that the Republic of Guatemala is a peaceful country. We are a promoter of peace and we respect the values of the founding charter of the United Nations. And we appeal for democracy to prevail, for negotiated and civilized solutions to prevail in the illegal and unjustified and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. In my visit to Ukraine as the first president of Latin America to go to that sister country, I saw the horrors of this incursion. I saw destruction and the countless testimony of women and girls who've been raped by Russian soldiers. More than 400 bodies of civilians, many of them children, were uncovered from mass graves. They had their eyes bandaged and they were shot in the back of the head. How many more terrible events have to happen for this Council to act? How is it possible here at the United Nations for due process not to be respected through the right of a veto, and that people here can be judge and jury? This has to end. This practice has to end at the United Nations. I take this opportunity to express my full respect for the government of Ukraine and its armed forces who, after many months, are fighting and resisting with honor and patriotism. The vast majority of countries in the world are calling for peace and an end to aggression, which one of the sister and neighborly countries is suffering from. We call for no further delays and for an immediate withdrawal. After attacking unarmed and defenseless citizens, we feel shame in being human beings. Thank you.
Mr. Jamatei Faya for his statement. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania.
Mr. President, Excellencies, 574 days ago, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council started an unprovoked military invasion against an independent, sovereign state of Ukraine. It would be dangerous to forget this wasn't the start of the war. Neither was it the opening act of a crime of aggression. We must remember that the war began 9 years and 7 months before, or exactly 3,500 days ago. And it was precisely the weak response of the international community that allowed violence fester and grow, leading us all to the largest military conflict in Europe since the end of the Second World War. These old mistakes must not be repeated. Our collective responsibility today is to challenge Russia's calculated manipulation of international norms, which must be stopped from eroding the authority of the Security Council and threatening the Charter of the United Nations. Our duty today is to uphold multilateralism and defend the rules-based international order from Russia's relentless war of destruction. If Ukraine is able to achieve victory and regain control of its internationally recognized borders, it would mean victory for all us. It would serve as a precondition for a fair and enduring peace and ultimately stabilize the whole international order. In any future negotiations, we must follow a set of clear principles. First, we must hold Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity to be of fundamental importance. The Ukrainian peace formula backed by the General Assembly should not be in any way simplified or diluted. Ultimately, the final decision regarding peace on Ukrainian soil must rest with Ukraine itself. The Ukrainian Peace Summit organized by President Volodymyr Zelenskiy provides us with an ideal opportunity. Second, it is imperative that Russia puts an end to its aggressive actions and withdraws its troops and military equipment from Ukrainian territory. This withdrawal should be immediate, complete, and unconditional. Third, we must recognize that Russia bears sole responsibility for inflicting immense suffering upon the Ukrainian population, while also threatening the livelihood of our people in need around the globe. Russia's decision to terminate the Black Sea Grain Initiative and to attack Ukrainian ports and stockpiles has contributed to the worldwide food crisis and benefited only Russia. 4. Russia must be held accountable for numerous war crimes, including the crime of aggression. And finally, Russia must pay for the destruction it has inflicted. Ukrainians should not be forced to bear the burden of rebuilding their country. At this crucial moment, I call on every member of the international community and the United Nations Security Council to join forces. Let us all implement the fundamental responsibilities entrusted to the United Nations and its member states. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Ms. Nauseda for his statement, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stevo Pendarovsky, President of the Republic of North Macedonia.
Thank you. Distinguished Chairman of the Security Council, distinguished representatives of the member states of the Security Council, dear colleagues, the aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine dealt a strong blow to international peace and security, to the fundamental principles of international law, and to the international order. This war challenged multilateralism as the basis of the international order on an unprecedented level. And as we all know, the international and security architecture, the most important expression of which are the United Nations, is centered on multilateralism. The current situation is the result of the ignoring of the obligations enshrined in the UN Charter since 1945. Without respect for the sovereign equality and territorial integrity of each member state, we cannot talk about effective multilateralism. So far, we have seen several attempts to redefine the foundations of the international order, but none of those have ever received such wide support as the principles the civilized world established after the horrors of the World War II. In that sense, the deadlock in which the Security Council finds itself as the main body of the United Nations, entitled to preserve and promote international peace and security, was instigated precisely by the non-compliance, and I would say even the conscious bypassing of the basic principles of the international order. It is clear that this impasse diminishes the credibility and confidence of the people that the UN can effectively achieve the key goal for which it was established almost 8 decades ago. Without a credible alternative on the horizon to the current international order, which will harbor a majority support of the nations, it is understandable why the frustration of the people with the United Nations inactivity is getting stronger. It is clear that the modern world is vastly different from the world in 1945, and the UN Security Council should face and reflect this new reality. Within the ongoing debates about the eventual reform of the prime UN body, the question of the veto of the permanent members has to be thoroughly assessed, especially when one of them is involved in a conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, the most urgent task of the Security Council is to be proactively engaged in putting an end to the war in Ukraine. The only way to achieve this goal is through diplomacy and negotiations based on respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. To that end, the first step should be an immediate and unconditional truce in order to create an ambient for a start of negotiations. During the entire process, the United Nations should establish a peacekeeping mission with the main task of monitoring the truce and humanitarian assistance to civilians. Key component of the future peace agreement should be, first, fully respecting the territorial integrity of Ukraine, meaning full withdrawal of all Russian forces, securing all the refugees and internally displaced persons are returned to their homes, massive support for the post-conflict reconstruction of a devastated country, and international guarantees for the rights of all ethnic and religious communities which have been living in Ukraine for centuries. As I said, the war in Ukraine has seriously undermined the credibility of the World Organization, but it offers also an extraordinary opportunity for the Security Council to act in line with the principles of the UN Charter and help restore the people's confidence in the United Nations as an indispensable global organization. I thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Pendarovsky for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, looking from the perspective of my region, February 24th, 2022 is a date when the world, as we knew it, changed permanently. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine was a defining moment in geopolitics, transforming Europe's security landscape and tearing down the core pillar of our international system. This strategic change is not temporary. We are living in a new era of uncertainty. The multilateral system established nearly 8 years ago, with its principle enshrined in the United Nations Charter, asserted the superiority of the rule of law over force in international relations. It gave nations a place to turn to when faced with regional or global challenges, often as a last resort. The Charter embodies a code of international ethics by which every state should abide. When Russia replaced the Soviet Union as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, it took upon itself even greater responsibility than other nations to preserve international peace and security. Yes, yet its leadership made a deliberate decision to violate our basic principles, the key norms of international law, and it continues to do so repeatedly. From air attacks on critical infrastructure to a lifting global food crisis, from causing the ecological catastrophe in Nova Kachovka to bombing cultural heritage sites in Ukrainian cities. Those hideous actions, together with continuous negation of the international order, including the UN Charter, prove that an imperialistic Russia is discrediting itself as a member of international community. Excellencies, Russia is abusing its veto power to prevent the Council from addressing the flagrant violation of international law the same Russia has committed. In this situation, the nations of the world cannot remain passive. The prohibition of aggression as well as the elimination of genocide and crimes against humanity are jus cogens norms accepted and recognized by the international community. These are the norms from which no deviation is permitted. This means Russia's continuing neo-colonial aggression against Ukraine is not a bilateral or a regional issue. It concerns us all. If we don't act in solidarity today to defend the fundamental values of international law, tomorrow may be too late. This is why Poland has been making efforts to hold Russia and individual Russian citizens accountable for their flagrant violations of international law and the UN Charter. We support the work of the existing jurisdictions, such as the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, and the European Court of Human Rights. Because the Russian aggression as such cannot be a subject of assessment by the International Criminal Court, we support the creation of a special international tribunal ad hoc. Moreover, Poland is striving to create an international mechanism to repair the damage and compensate for the losses caused by Russia. The perpetrators of international crimes must not go unpunished. They should be tried before competent courts. This should be our imperative to ensure a lasting peace in the future. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the war in Ukraine has permanently changed the global security architecture. Regardless of its final result, we will have to face a new political, military and economic reality which will last until a new security system is formed. A system with no place for aggression, imperialism, and neocolonialism. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency President Duda for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council.
Thank you. Dear President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine is a crime scene, and the perpetrator is sitting in this very room. You know who you are. The Kremlin dreams of restoring the old Russian Empire. After Ukraine, who would be next? Who would be next to satisfy Putin's fantasy of the past? And if Russia succeeds in Ukraine, what other countries would be tempted to copy its actions? At this crime scene, we also have the victim, the attacked, Ukraine and all Ukrainians, fighting a battle they did not start, defending their country against a war they did not want, and protecting their children against suffering nobody deserves. And to save them from another horror of this war, they forced abduction to Russia, so-called adoption. In reality, these are deportations of children, I ask you all, including the Russian representatives, could you bear having your child stolen and deported, your child forced to forget your family, your child forced to forget your language, your land, so-called education? In fact, this is an attempt at cultural genocide. By defending their children, Ukrainians are defending what is most precious, their family, their future, their freedom. And that's why we, the EU, we stand firmly with Ukraine to defend itself. As long as the innocent are attacked, we will help them to defend themselves, and we'll stay by their side for as long as it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, at this crime scene, we also have the witnesses, all of us around the world, and all of us sitting right here, the witnesses in this Security Council. What have we done about this crime? What have we done about this aggression? What have we done as one of the permanent members attacks its neighbor? What have we done as it wields its veto power against each of us, against the UN Charter, its veto power against the core principles of the UN Charter? Do we not sit together in this chamber for one reason, and for one reason only, to protect peace and security for all people, no matter their country or continent? Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, powerful and responsible nations simply cannot turn a blind eye to these crimes, because we all share a responsibility to end war, a responsibility to work for peace, a just peace that respects the UN Charter and its core principles, the territorial integrity of each sovereign nation, a just peace that will never last if crimes go unpunished. And that's why I'd like to speak directly to each of you around this table. As responsible nations, we all have a role to play in building global peace and stability. And I'd like to particularly speak to the esteemed Chinese representative. You have warned Russia against the use of nuclear weapons, and we welcome this. And now we are asking you, let's go further. Let's join forces to persuade Russia to end this criminal war that's hurting so many. Let's join forces to convince Russia to respect the principles of the UN Charter. Excellencies, the consequences of this crime extend across the globe. And the Kremlin's latest cynical actions are only making things worse. By pulling out of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, for instance, when you shoot missiles at grain silos in Odessa, they also strike Africa and kill the most vulnerable, destroying the lives of millions. Excellencies, a tragic crime is unfolding before our very eyes, and we are the witnesses, all of us. We must stand strong by the side of the attacked, especially right here in this Security Council. And that's why this chamber was born, and that's why we are here today to say no to aggression, and to protect peace, security, and cooperation between people and between all our nations. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, the President of the European Council, and I give now the floor to His Excellency Mr. Dritan Abazovic, Prime Minister of Montenegro.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, dear colleagues. The idea of United Nations coming after the biggest social disaster in our history. And we should not wait for another big disaster to make steps to change our reality, to make a reform of United Nations, including Security Council and to be more productive and more effective in protective of international law. This is what happened in Ukraine after the aggression of Russia Federation. It's totally unacceptable. Violence, any kind of violence, and getting the political goal with the violence is unacceptable in 21st century. Montenegro giving the strong support to the Ukrainian people, because Ukrainians today are not defeat only own population and own citizen. They defeat the right to choose. They defeat the different kind of freedom and universal values. If we are ready to protect the democratic values and to promote the peace and stability, we should say the truth and giving the all support, because today is Ukraine, tomorrow can be some another country. In that sense, I want to underline that Montenegro is a very small country, but country which giving the contribution for the peace and for the security. I want to inform you that today Montenegro is the country which have the most refugees from Ukraine if you compare with the size of population. 5% of our population are Ukrainian refugees. And the best thing in that, in all this catastrophe, is that they all feel safe and secure in our country. I call all the participants, first of all, to stop with the war activity, to sit on the table, to discuss. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister of Albania for the organizing this kind of forum. I think the idea of United Nations is to be united. It's not to be divided. If we want to crash this idea, that is another story. I think that the most of the nation who participating in General Assembly want to see more united world, more unity, more solidarity, and more protection of human rights. It's not only about Ukraine. There are many places around the world when we have different kinds of problems, so we need to be ready to start with the reform, to take the concrete action, and to not be afraid to take a risk. Big decision for the big decision, we need to take the risk. And I hope that especially countries who have a lot of power, who are not small, will take that risk for the good of the international community and for the providing more cosmopolitan spirit, more protective of human rights, and more protective of international law. Idea is to be united and to be concrete. Idea is not just to come 1 or 2 times in New York to speak something and at the end of the day to have the same situation. In that name, I hope the situation will be changed and we'll all giving small contribution for in the end of the day, big contribution for the big changing and promoting the peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Montenegro. And now I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Lars Løkke Rasmussen, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished delegates. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 5 Nordic countries, Denmark, who I'm representing, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden. And first, on behalf of all the Nordic countries, I would like to thank the Albanian Prime Minister for bringing leaders from across the world together in this room today, so we can discuss the most imminent threat to international peace and security of our time, Russia's unlawful and unjustified aggression against Ukraine. We also want to use this opportunity to present a vision for peace. Maintaining international peace and security, that's the responsibility vested in this Council. The UN Charter entrusted 5 member states with a special responsibility, a power of veto. But the veto power was never intended to be a carte blanche with a view to taking their territory, for breaching the UN Charter, or for conducting brutal warfare in blatant disregard of international law. This should not be tolerated. This cannot be tolerated. It is our shared responsibility to uphold the UN Charter that has been the foundation for international cooperation for 75 years. Rebuilding trust in its institution will not be an easy process. It will require time and effort and a real commitment to its purposes and principles. Today, the Nordics would like to share 3 messages. First, with its war of aggression, Russia is violating the most basic rules and principles of international law. A permanent member blatantly disregarding the UN Charter, the very cornerstone of this institution, this Council, including the territorial integrity and political independence of all states. Remember, it is indeed very simple. If Russia stops fighting, there will be no war. If Ukraine stops fighting, there will be no Ukraine. The overwhelming majority of member states condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine and defend the UN Charter. This is the first line of defense for a world order in which might does not make right. The Nordic countries will continue to seek full accountability for Russia's unlawful war of aggression against Ukraine. This includes responsibility for crimes under international law as well as reparations. Ensuring that Russia and its representatives are held to account is a shared responsibility for all of us as members of the United Nations. Second, the consequences of Russia's war are suffered across the globe. Food stocks are reduced, prices have gone up, the energy crisis is getting worse. Time after time, Russia shows its complete disregard for human life, not only in Ukraine, but also globally. Russia continues to weaponize food and intensify the global food security crisis. We need to rebuild trust and double down on our efforts to find common solutions to the shared problems in front of us. Instead, Russia is creating new ones. We need strong cross-regional support to stop Russia's irresponsible actions, a collective defense of the Charter. When we unite in defense of the UN Charter, it will also offer a pathway to peace. This brings me to my third and last point. Russia must immediately end its war of aggression and withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. What is required is a just and sustainable peace based on international law, including the UN Charter. We support all meaningful efforts in this regard, and we firmly support President Zelenskyy's peace formula, which lays the foundation for this. We encourage all member states to do the same. Our support, the Nordic countries' support, for the UN Charter and Ukraine is unwavering. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Rasmussen for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Tajani, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Italy.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The position of the government of Italy, led by Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, on the Russian aggression on Ukraine is clear and very well known. We stand with Ukraine on invaded people fighting to defend their freedom and sovereignty. We all suffer the consequences of this war that, like a domino, affected our societies. Energy crisis, rising commodity prices, inflation, refugees. An increasing migration pressure from Africa, particularly on Italy, exacerbated by the food crisis caused by Russia's blockade of grain. The international community has not surrendered to these difficulties in spite of the fatigue of our public opinions. We want a just peace for Ukraine, of course. Just peace means freedom for Ukraine. President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people know that Italy is with them and will be with them. For them, also for Italy itself. We must protect two essential principles of the United Nations Charter. Sovereignty and territorial integrity were reflected also in the position of the G7 and in the recent final declaration of the G20 leaders in Delhi. We must admit that something has not worked. We thought that international peace and security were taken for granted. Security Council has been blocked for decades. The position of the Italian government is very clear. We need a Security Council that is more fair, representative and inclusive. More representative means for us to give more chances to sit in the Council to Africa, Asia, Latin America and insular states without, however, creating new hierarchies and privileges. Apoyamos sinceramente la fórmula.
We support President Zelensky's 10-point peace plan, and it has the full support of the Italian government. We're quite concerned at the security situation of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and we must continue to support the efforts of the Director General of the IAEA, because, as has been said, this is another Chernobyl, even more dangerous than Chernobyl. We regret Russia's decision to suspend the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This has increased food insecurity and put millions at risk of starvation. People are desperately seeking to save their lives and die in the Mediterranean. We welcome the efforts of President Erdogan and the Secretary General Guterres to renegotiate the Black Sea Grain Initiative. You have our full support. Thirdly, the humanitarian situation. We support the Vatican's initiative on the exchange of prisoners so that young Ukrainian children can be returned to their families.
Of the top priorities of the Italian presidency of the G7 next year. Russian aggression to Ukraine has reached religious sites. More than 100 religious sites, according to UNESCO, have been damaged. After the bombing of the cathedral in Odessa, we launched an Italian project for the reconstruction. Odessa was designed by Italian architects. Italy will be at the forefront of this reconstruction. It is a project of social and spiritual renaissance. You can count on Italy. Italy will always fight for peace and ready to do its part, everywhere. Just yesterday, we offered the foreign minister of Baku and Yerevan, the city of Rome, for a meeting with Armenia and Azerbaijan to discuss the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. You can count on Italy. You can count on the Italian government. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Tajani for his statement, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Yin Park, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, I wish to first thank Albania for convening this meeting and the Secretary General for his insightful briefing. More than a year has passed since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We are gravely concerned about the escalating human toll and the global ramifications, especially in regions already grappling with humanitarian challenges and food insecurity. We extend our sympathies to the grieving families. This act of aggression is a clear violation of the UN Charter and international law. It also erodes the pillars of trust, cooperation, and global solidarity that the international community has built over decades. From the standpoint of the Republic of Korea, a nation all too familiar with the pains of conflict and division, we resonate profoundly with trials and tribulations of the Ukrainian people. It is this empathy that strengthens our determination to champion meaningful efforts to end this war and to restore peace in Ukraine. The recent visit of President Yoon Suk-yeol to Ukraine in July served as a testament to this commitment. During his visit, he unveiled the Ukraine Peace and Solidarity Initiative, a concrete expression of support for the Ukrainian people. In line with this initiative, the Republic of Korea will contribute $150 million in humanitarian assistance this year. This builds on our contributions from the previous year, where we delivered $100 million, including mine-clearing equipment and emergency medical vehicles. We will also support Ukraine's reconstruction efforts with a commitment of $300 million next year and a mid to long-term support package of more than $2 billion. At the same time, we will be active voices in the global discourse addressing challenges to global food and energy security, intensified by the conflict in Ukraine. Mr. President, the media reports emerging from the recent Russia-DPLK summit indicating potential military cooperation are most unsettling. Any deal that enhances North Korea's military capabilities is an unequivocal violation of relevant Security Council resolutions. Such developments endanger not just Ukraine, but also the security of the Republic of Korea. It is regrettable that the DPLK continues on its trajectory of provocations, consistently breaching Security Council resolutions and international law. Their continued pursuit of nuclear and missile programs pose an existential threat to the Republic of Korea, the broader international community, and the NPT regime. Given Russia's required role in shaping the international non-proliferation regime and safeguarding world peace as a permanent member of the Security Council, we call on Russia to fully implement the Council resolutions for which it voted itself. Mr. President, the Republic of Korea is preparing to serve in this Council from next year. Rest assured of our unwavering dedication to fulfill the Council's fundamental mandate, which is to maintain international peace and security. Thank you.
Thank His Excellency Mr. Park for his statement, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Bujar Osmani, Chairperson in Office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, allow me to thank the Albanian Presidency for the invitation to address the distinguished UN Security Council. Our combined presence today is a strong sign of commitment and responsibility for two Balkan states. It is quite remarkable that as we mark 30 years of UN-OSCE cooperation, two neighboring countries and partners, Albania and North Macedonia, stand at the helm of two key multilateral formats. This is our contribution to global peace based on our principles' commitment to multilateralism. These principles include dialogue, cooperation, and solidarity. They are enshrined in our founding documents, but moreover in our humanity. Earlier this month, I visited Kolkata and paid tribute to Gonje Boyadziu, better known globally as Mother Teresa, a native of Skopje, our capital, a citizen of the world and the embodiment of peace, compassion, and solidarity. Allow me to convey her simple yet prophetic wisdom as a compass and an answer to our challenges. I can do things you cannot, can do things I cannot. Together we can do great things, she said. Indeed, the joint pursuit of peace depends on our collective engagement. With the world facing many serious trials, the Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine is the most pressing challenge we must address. It constitutes the greatest breach of and challenge to international rules and commitments that were written and undersigned by the same Russia that now scornfully tramples on them. This war is destroying not just lives and livelihoods in Ukraine, people's homes and hopes, but beyond that, impacts the lives of people far beyond. Tectonic shifts are felt across the OSCE region and beyond. Within the OSCE, a regional organization under Chapter 8 of the UN Charter, which I'm chairing at this pivotal moment of its history, we feel the impact of this war on the people of our region, on the politics between the regions, and on the institutions created as platforms for dialogue and vehicle of peace. The impact, the loss of trust and dialogue will last beyond the war in Ukraine and its ongoing human suffering. Multilateralism itself threatens to become a victim of this aggression. International fora like this here being replaced by battleground arguments, replaced by brute force. Is there anyone who can explain who is gaining from this war? There are no gains with this war, only losses. As the world's largest regional security organization, Ukraine and its people are of paramount concern to the OSCE. A new support program for Ukraine has been designed as a vehicle of support in various fields. These include humanitarian demining, promotion of the rule of law, and mitigation of the consequential environmental and economic impacts. My special representatives and a team of OSCE professionals are already on the ground, translating words into concrete actions while exploring avenues for further engagement. The OSCE could do a lot in times of war and even more in times of peace. Its past engagement in Ukraine is a solid proof of this. As an organization, we are committed to mitigate the fallout of this war and give a helping hand to the people on the ground. People who served the cause of truth and trust, OSCE SMM members, are still detained. I would like to once again call for their immediate and unconditional release. After my initial visit to Ukraine in January, I'm planning a second trip as CIO to directly engage with people on site, hearing their needs, hopes, and fears. Our motto is, it's about people. And it is for the people in Ukraine and others in need around the globe that we must work together, do more, and do better. Returning to where I started, there are valuable lessons and tools that OSCE has and knows, and there are experiences and expertise that the UN possesses. OSCE's comprehensive concept of security and our tools and UN's global outreach and recognized capacity are mutually reinforcing. Building on our values and competitive advantages, working together, we must do utmost to end the war against Ukraine and pursue our common endeavor for peace, stability, and security. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Osmani for his statement, and I'll give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Maria Gabriel, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria.
Merci, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Thanks you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege to participate in this debate. Today, we are facing a security challenge that is the most significant security challenge that the organization has been encountering since its inception. We are encouraged by seeing so much high-level representation from countries throughout the world. This is crucial because it clearly shows that the war of aggression that Russia has been waging against Ukraine is not a regional conflict. This is a criminal act with broad security, economic, and social implications at the global scale. This touches the very heart of the multilateral order which the United Nations is called upon to safeguard for succeeding generations. I wish to commend His Excellency Edi Rama for presiding over the debate, the proactive commitment of Albania to tackle encounter with Russian aggression. It is important that the so-called small country, I don't like this aggression because a country is based not on its territory but on the volume of its actions. We are motivated by our commitment to the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, and a small country, so-called small countries, can have an impact on international order. These are principles and obligations that all members of the United Nations must comply with. For this reason, we cannot stand by silently as the Charter of the United Nations is brutally violated by the war of aggression, the occupation of territory, and rhetoric which revises the bleakest fears of humanity. Being a permanent member of the Security Council not only carries with it, but it also carries obligations. Russia, more than any other state, must respect the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, which are enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The maintenance of global support for Ukraine is of paramount importance, therefore, for international peace and security. We are very much concerned by the decision of the Russian Federation to withdraw from the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Russia has been openly using food as a weapon, and its actions have been fueling the spread of food crises, worsening global food insecurity. The bombing of ports and grain and Ukrainian grain infrastructure by Russia merits robust condemnation. Not only has this led to destruction and human losses, but this has also exacerbated the shortage of grain in countries of the South. We appreciate the inestimable efforts undertaken by the UN to reach this agreement more than 1 year ago. Bulgaria has been proactively seeking to find other solutions to deblock the commercial routes to the Black Sea. But this also requires both regional and international cooperation. That's the only way to reach solutions. Russia's war against Ukraine not only imperils the historic development of the international community over the past 78 years, but it also jeopardizes shared trust in multilateralism as the cornerstone underpinning the contemporary international system. There is also a crucial need for us not to lose sight of the perpetrators of grave international crimes committed in Ukraine. The United Nations General Assembly adopted a number of resolutions condemning violations of the Charter of the United Nations, which symbolizes the global understanding of our core priorities and objectives as an international community, as well as the importance of preserving multilateralism, even in periods of particular difficulty. Bulgaria also supports united, coordinated action for all of the existing efforts geared towards examining existing proof of atrocities in Ukraine, including the Commission of Investigation of the UN and the UN Human Rights Mission in Ukraine. We support Ukraine in its initiative towards a global, fair, lasting peace. We believe that the peace process needs to be led by Ukraine. The peace formula proposed by President Zelensky has the necessary basic elements for this, and we support global action for this. There are also ramifications that are broader of the war on food security, energy security, the environment, as well as nuclear safety and security. Bulgaria will continue its support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in their fight for freedom. Supporting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine means the defense of the purposes and the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. The restoration of a rules-based order and the rebuilding of trust are only possible through the immediate unconditional withdrawal of Russian military forces from internationally recognized territory of Ukraine, and ensuring that justice is rendered for international crimes that have been perpetrated. Thank you for your attention.
Son Excellence.
I thank Her Excellency, Madame Gabrielle, for her statement, including in the national capacity for her kind remarks.
Ms. Alicia Barcena Ibarra, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the United Mexican States.
Mr. President, Mexico agrees with the premise for this debate, upholding the purposes and principles of the UN Charter through effective multilateralism, maintenance of peace and security in Ukraine. I will focus my statement on three dimensions of the situation in Ukraine: the humanitarian imperative, the acknowledgement of multilateral action, and the path to peace. The international community cannot accept the humanitarian fallout of the war on Ukraine, both for its people as well as for the people of neighboring countries and beyond. The war in Ukraine has already cost hundreds of thousands of victims, combatants and civilians, disproportionately affecting women, girls, and boys. And therefore, an immediate ceasefire and end to hostilities is required. While we wait, our focus must be on protecting civilians, ensuring unfettered access for humanitarian aid, and respect for international law, including international humanitarian law and the right of refugees, in accordance with GA Resolution ES-11-2 on the humanitarian consequences of the aggression against Ukraine. It was promoted by Mexico and France. Take this opportunity to recognize the ongoing committed work of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees and humanitarian organizations on the ground, as well as the openness and generosity of countries which have welcomed individuals seeking refuge. Let there be no doubt, all states have the obligation to respect and ensure respect for international humanitarian law. Mexico, therefore, condemns the use of explosive weapons in populated areas, as well as any use by any actor in any place of cluster munitions and anti-personnel mines because of their excessively harmful nature and their indiscriminate impact, and they have been banned by international law. Mexico is particularly concerned about the nuclear rhetoric which has come up in the context of this war. We unequivocally condemn any threat to use nuclear weapons, either explicit or covert, by any actor under any circumstances, as it runs counter to international law and the UN Charter. We reiterate our concern at the serious radiological risk of the military action in the vicinity of nuclear power plants in Ukraine. Mexico recognizes and supports the work in Ukraine of the IAEA and the work of its Director General, Rafael Grossi, in the nuclear power plant of Zaporizhia. We reaffirm the importance of respecting the 7 pillars of technical and physical nuclear security and the 5 principles for the protection of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in accordance with the provisions put forward by the International Atomic Energy Agency. The proliferation of weapons not only exacerbates the conflict, but its ready availability when the war ends could fuel countless criminal activities, and if other weapons fall into the hands of non-state actors, it could lead to other violations of international law. Turning to multilateral action and the solution to the conflict in Ukraine. Lasting peace will only be achieved if there is an end to the use of force and if there's respect for the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. This is an absolute must. A number of proposals for peace have been put forward involving both parties to end the conflict, including a Mexican initiative. But to date, there has not been the political will to begin peace talks which would take account of the absolutes I have mentioned. But we must continue to make efforts and create conditions to promote trust. In that regard, the Black Sea Grain Initiative and the Memorandum of Understanding signed with the Russian Federation on food and fertilizers did play a crucial role to restore trust and to stabilize the food markets and ensure the food security of many countries. And that is why we regret the suspension of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which will affect food security, particularly in less developed countries. We welcome Turkey's mediation efforts and the unswerving determination expressed yesterday by the Secretary General Antonio Guterres to continue to seek a resumption of exports of grain and fertilizers from Ukraine and the Russian Federation. Since the outset, Mexico, both in the Security Council and in the General Assembly, has unequivocally expressed its position and categorically condemned Russia's military invasion of Ukraine because it runs counter to the UN Charter and international law. We welcome this meeting with the conviction that international law and only international law offers the means for achieving a peaceful solution to the conflict. We recognize there will be challenges on the way, and just and sustainable peace cannot be built only on good intentions, but it would be inconsistent not to try, as the United Nations, to chart a roadmap which is underpinned by the principles of international law. The immediate future will require openness, dialogue, and a genuine sense of commitment from the parties involved and from the international community in order to put an end to this war. Mexico reiterates its readiness to support this effort to peace. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Barcena Ibarra for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Albania for using their presidency to convene this meeting. I also want to thank President Volodymyr Zelenskiy for his words earlier today. As leaders, protecting the sovereignty of our nations is one of our most sacrosanct duties. Any violation is unacceptable. It violates the very charter of this institution. It violates international law, It violates the peace and security of people. The UN was established to save people from the scourge of war. This fundamental principle has guided this institution since it was founded. So we need to be 100% clear about what is happening right now. A permanent member of this Security Council, Russia, has launched and continues to wage an illegal war. Vladimir Putin
has violated the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and seeks to deny the rights of the Ukrainian people to determine their own future. At the same time, the Russian Federation has been flagrantly using its veto right within this organization to facilitate this war and these violations of the principles of the United Nations.
Stand up to this affront to the UN. We must take action to stop the tragic deaths and violence, including sexual violence, caused by this unjustifiable invasion. We must not let the world return to a place where might makes right. We must make sure that borders mean something, even when a neighbor has a bigger army. Respect for the rule of law and accountability to it should be fundamental and non-negotiable. This body was born out of the ashes of the deadliest war humankind had ever seen. Tens of millions of people died in Europe, Africa, and Asia during the Second World War. Watching bloody conflict return to Europe has shaken the conscience of the world, and it threatens the peace that for 3/4 of a century led to unprecedented prosperity around the world. We cannot let that happen, because it is not just Ukraine or even just Europe that suffers if we don't uphold our values. All of us will suffer, including all of you in the global South. And it's not just about the far-reaching and long-term impacts. It's about the suffering that is happening right now. Russia is weaponizing energy and food, leading millions to face shortages, hunger, and even starvation. Canada is dedicated to mitigating the impacts on the most vulnerable. We do not believe we have to choose between supporting Ukraine and supporting the SDGs and global development. In fact, the only responsible choice is to do both, which we are doing with solidarity and financial commitment. Le combat de l'Ukraine.
The fight of Ukraine is also our fight. It is also our common struggle, and there can be no doubt of this. Canada calls upon Russia to completely, immediately, without conditions, withdraw its troops.
Key principles of the Ukrainian peace formula, because it must be a peace that respects the UN Charter, is based in international law, and preserves Ukraine's territorial integrity. A peace that upholds our common humanity and common values, not a peace that turns a blind eye. It must be a peace that is built on respect for the facts and respect for the rules. That is what Canada will always stand for everywhere. Merci.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Trudeau for his statement. And I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Gordan Grlic-Radman, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Croatia aligns itself with the statement of the EU, and I'd like to add some remarks in my national capacity. Russian unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine is the greatest challenge to global peace and security in decades. Surely, most significant tragedies caused by this Russian invasion are mirrored in human fatalities, war crimes and crimes against humanity, the displaced and otherwise hard human lives. But Russia's war has also caused unprecedented economic, social, and humanitarian tragedies whose effects are felt globally. By deciding to terminate the Black Sea grain initiative and increasing military attacks on Ukrainian ports and agricultural infrastructure, Russia continued to weaponize food and further aggravate global food insecurity. The energy insecurity also created by the Russian invasion has caused harm not just to global economy, but the whole societies, to people and region around the world. The fact that these actions come from a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council and a nuclear weapon state no less makes the threat to global peace only greater. Mr. President, by denying the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, the pillars of the UN Charter and international law, Russia attacked the very idea of multilateralism and of the UN. Ukraine, one of the founding member states of the United Nations, has an inherent and undeniable right to defend itself and to fight for its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Recognition of these unalienable rights is the foundation on which the United Nations were built upon. In this sense, we are all Ukraine. As long as the war rages in Ukraine, the UN Security Council will be casualty as well. The General Assembly responded responsibly and without hesitation by holding its special session and offering a clear platform for the world's condemnation of the war against Ukraine. This global call provided and continues to provide immense value and support to multilateralism. However, in order for a multilateral system to be efficient, the world needs fully functional UN organs dedicated to their respective mandates and their mutual cooperation. This, regrettably, we lack today. Mr. President, multilateralism can only be effective if it is founded on justice, but justice cannot be maintained without accountability. For the same reason, accountability for crimes committed in Ukraine must be upheld. This is not only because the victims of Bucha, Irpin, or Kharkiv deserve justice. More than anything, there needs to be accountability so we can prevent further such atrocities from occurring and to safeguard the multilateral system and the role of the UN. With this in mind, Croatia supports efforts to promote accountability for international crimes committed in and against Ukraine in all relevant multilateral fora, including the UN, the OSCE, and the Council of Europe. By doing so, we should also keep in mind the pursuit for accountability is not an event, but part of a complex and long process. The transition after the end of the conflict will also be one of bigger challenges. For this, Croatia is also determined and to stand by Ukraine. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gerlich Radman for his statement, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of the Republic of Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the UN Security Council, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 19 months ago, Russia broke peace in Europe with its brutal invasion of Ukraine, an independent and sovereign neighbor. This war of aggression has been causing unimaginable destruction and despair. 19 months of targeted attacks on civilians, of barbaric war crimes, of irresponsible nuclear threats, and the cynical use of hunger and energy as a weapon, affecting the most vulnerable people. It is time to stop. Russia must withdraw its forces from the territory of Ukraine, including Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. The people of Ukraine deserve a just and lasting peace. Austria will support any initiative leading towards this goal, including President Zelenskyy's peace plan. Let me be very clear. Yes, this is a war in Europe, but it is by no means a European war. It is an assault against the rules-based international order. It is a flagrant and deliberate breach of the founding charter of the United Nations. In this charter, every single state in this room has committed to settle international disputes by peaceful means and to refrain from the threat of use of force. And what is worse? This breach has been committed not by any state, but by a permanent member of the Security Council, of this very body. And that is why my country, Austria, is taking such a clear stance. Yes, we are militarily neutral, but we are never indifferent or neutral when it comes to violations of international law, because it is our shield, our protective cloak against the unilateral use of force, against an international system where might makes right and where the rule of law is replaced by the law of the jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not beat around the bush. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has once again shown the inability of the Security Council to act. It is high time that we address the obvious structural problem by making the Council more representative, including through adding African countries, and by finally having an honest discussion about the end of the veto power. The time when 5 states had the power to decide for all of us is long gone. The time to reform is now. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Schallenberg for his statement. I give the floor now to Her Excellency Ms. Dominique Hassler, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sports of the Principality of Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, the aggression against Ukraine has been a fundamental challenge to the international order for 18 long months now. Due to the bravery of the people of Ukraine, and we are heartbroken by the suffering of all victims of Russia's war of aggression. For billions of people around the globe, the United Nations is primarily a guarantor of peace and security. This requires our collective respect for international law and the will to enforce it together. When we joined this organization, we did so out of the belief in the international order reflected in the UN Charter. This includes the guarantee that illegal use of force, the violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and certainly acts of aggression will be met by a strong collective response from the UN membership. This Council has not been able to play its leadership role. As we all know, this is due to the veto used repeatedly by the Russian Federation. Therefore, we are determined to continue our work to enhance the rule of the General Assembly on matters of peace and security. The veto initiative was just a first step in this respect. The General Assembly has proven its ability to take up the Council's role. With respect to Ukraine, it has done so with overwhelming support from member states. Together, we have taken decisions of fundamental importance that set the parameters for the peace that we are all looking for. The full withdrawal of all Russian troops from all of Ukraine and the need to ensure accountability for the most serious international crimes. In the context of Ukraine, accountability is the key to securing a peaceful future for Ukraine and for our region. But accountability is also a key far beyond Europe. As a safeguard of the international order we have given ourselves, founded on the prohibition of the illegal use of force. The aggression against Ukraine is the most blatant challenge to this order since the creation of this organization. Making it clear launching this war of aggression itself is a criminal act is therefore the only way to protect not just Ukraine, but indeed all members of the United Nations, and of course small states in particular, as we move forward together. Ukraine's efforts to ensure meaningful accountability for the crime of aggression in line with international law therefore has our full support. It is indispensable to guarantee, in the interest of all of us, a UN with a functional Security Council, not a blocked one, and an international order governed by law, not by war.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Hassler for her statement, and I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Luminita Odobescu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania.
Thank you. I commend the Albanian presidency of the Security Council for organizing this significant high-level open debate on the maintenance of peace and security in Ukraine. As neighboring country of Ukraine, I would like to share some perspectives after more than a year and a half since the Russian Federation unprovoked, unjustified, and illegal war of aggression towards Ukraine has started. The Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, generated and prolongs the gravest international crisis of multilateralism since the end of the Second World War. It undermines the UN Charter and everything the UN stands for. Today, we stand with the UN Charter and international law and reiterate that there is only one way to end the aggression. The Russian Federation needs to cease the use of force and withdraw completely and immediately from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity should be respected by all UN member states. But peace in Ukraine cannot be restored by inaction. Romania fully supports the Ukrainian peace formula as the single framework conducive to a fair, lasting, and sustainable peace, a peace that does not reward the aggressor. Ladies and gentlemen, this illegal war is affecting both our region and, as you know, the entire world. It is severely affecting the security in the wider Black Sea area. Recently, fragments of Russian drones were found on our territory in the proximity of the Romanian-Ukrainian border, generating high risk for the inhabitants of those areas. It is challenging the resilience of neighboring states, such as Republic of Moldova, the most affected state by this war, except Ukraine itself. But the impact of the war of aggression against Ukraine remains also a matter of concern for all UN member states. It has consequences of global proportions, especially on food security, energy, and economic stability. But by terminating the Black Sea Grain Initiative and by attacking Ukrainian ports on the Black Sea and on the Danube River, just across the territory of Romania, the Russian Federation further intensified the global food crisis. Romania remains committed to support global efforts on food security. So far, we have facilitated the transit of more than 25.5 million tons of Ukrainian grains. With the winter approaching again, we will raise to the expectation of those vulnerables once again. Since the first day of this war of aggression, the government and population of Romania acted as first responders in providing and help around 6 million of Ukrainians that cross our borders and look for shelter in our country. Mr. President, Romania strongly supports the efforts to seek accountability for all crimes committed against Ukraine, including the crimes of aggression. There should be no impunity for those responsible for atrocities in Ukraine. This is another aspect of the comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. The crisis we face today requires enhanced cooperation and common solutions. It is now when global action for Ukraine and for defending rule-based international order becomes even more relevant. And it is now when we need an effective UN reform, starting with this very body entrusted with maintenance of international peace and security. We must avoid fatigue and grow even more united and resolute in defending and upholding our values and international peace and security, starting with a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Odobescu for her statement, and I'll give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Penny Wong, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Commonwealth of Australia.
Thank you, President, and thank you for convening this important high-level open debate, and I acknowledge all distinguished colleagues, in particular the Ukrainian representative. The Security Council has a singular responsibility to the people of the world for the maintenance of international peace and security. And the establishment of this council was a clear statement of intent by the nations of the world that the sovereignty of all member states must be respected, that larger countries should not be able to determine the fate of smaller countries, that disagreement should not spiral into war. When the Council was established, its members took on a serious obligation, most especially its 5 permanent members who were granted a power to veto the will of the Chamber. Having this power demands of the P5 an obligation to prevent conflict, to not act as an aggressor, to lead by an example in upholding the rules. The veto was never intended to empower a country to abuse the UN Charter, to be above the law. But it has been more than 570 days since Russia launched its illegal and immoral full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a flagrant violation of the UN Charter by a permanent member of this body, the UN Security Council, an attack on every member state, on everyone at this table. Russia's actions are driving the global crisis in food and energy security. Its termination of the Black Sea Grain Initiative and its attacks on Ukrainian food infrastructure have kept food from those who need it most. But, President, while the cost of Russia's war is being paid by the world's most vulnerable people, Ukraine suffers the most. Russia has inflicted tragic loss of life and catastrophic damage across Ukraine. It has placed Ukraine's very existence under threat. It has torn apart families, abducting thousands of children in an effort to re-educate those children to disavow their loved ones and hate their homeland. You know, this conflict has seen great cruelty, but removing a child from family to such ends is nothing short of abhorrent. So Australia stands steadfast with the people of Ukraine, who continue to show extraordinary courage, and we join with all those in calling for the return of Ukraine's abducted children. We contribute defence, economic and emergency humanitarian assistance, some 890 million Australian dollars so far, and we support Ukraine's efforts to hold Russia to account. And our objective, like so many others, is to help empower Ukraine to end this war on its own terms. President, as UN member states, we all have a responsibility to call out Russia's egregious behaviour. And the rest of the permanent members must be utterly unyielding in their pressure on Russia to end this war. Russia's abuse of its veto is mocking us all. It underlines the need for urgent reform of the Security Council, including constraints on the use of the veto. It has never been more necessary for this Security Council to uphold the principle of the sovereign equality of all members of these United Nations. That is the first principle of the UN Charter and the very rationale for the United Nations itself. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Wong for her statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Hadja Labib, Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the Federal Culture Institutions of Belgium.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear members of the Council, distinguished colleagues, distinguished representatives of Ukraine, 18 months ago, the world was shocked to bear witness to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. The Charter, which unites the United Nations, was trampled upon. The principles of the Charter are not only moral and legal imperatives, they determine the very existence of an international order which every human being aspires towards, namely peace, prosperity, and the enjoyment of their rights. By an overwhelming majority, the General Assembly took a firm stand and affirmed its commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. The General Assembly also deplored the devastating consequences of the Russian aggression on civilians, and particularly for children, in an all-out violation of international humanitarian law as well as human rights. We applaud the inscription of the Russian armed forces and related and affiliated groups in Ukraine, their inscription on the list of infamy in the Secretary General's report on children in armed conflict. There is a need to act now. Unfortunately, the Security Council has failed to rise to its role as the ultimate guarantor of peace. Ukraine is not the only country to suffer as a consequence of this impotence. The entire world, more than ever before, needs a functional, effective international order that is rooted in respect for the Charter of the United Nations. For as Ukraine burns, the challenges faced in the world persist. The Sustainable Development Goals are facing overwhelming delays. Belgium is fully cognizant of this and has more than ever before contributed to effective, efficient multilateralism and committed to reform of international financial institutions. As the European Union and its member states have been contributing 43% of global development assistance, Russia has had no scruples and has blocked maritime transport of grains and has targeted the infrastructure which feeds the entire world. Russia has transformed this aggression into a cynical business model and has shored up its position on the grain market, further increasing certain countries' dependence on it, while engaging in the vilest form of blackmail. Broad transregional support for the resumption of the Black Sea Grain Initiative yet again demonstrates the intrinsic value of this initiative, which we hope will secure greater support in the near future. The majority of the participants in this open debate have voiced their opposition to a vision of international relations where force takes precedence over law. This aggression, in fact, constitutes a crime against peace, a crime to international law. Pursuant to the Rome Statute, the Council should refer the matter to the International Criminal Court, but it is paralyzed. Belgium, therefore, fully supports the efforts undertaken to establish an international special tribunal tasked with prosecuting the crime of aggression against Ukraine to ensure that this crime not be left unpunished. To conclude, I wish to emphasize the fact that the respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty are prerequisites for the restoration of peace, as is emphasized in the resolution adopted in February 2022 by the General Assembly. These two principles also constitute the basis for Zelenskyy's peace plan, and which was discussed both in Copenhagen and Jeddah. Belgium supports this plan and will continue to contribute to ensuring that there be a resolution to the conflict which can result in a fair and lasting peace. Thank you. I thank Her Excellency Madam Labib for her statement.
To His Excellency Mr. Miroslav Vlachovsky, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to the Albanian presidency for convening this open debate. We align ourselves with the statement delivered by the European Union. Excellencies, having in mind myriads of our common challenges, such as climate change or inequalities, it is shameful that we have to meet today to deliberate on such basic, undisputable principles of the UN Charter. Regrettably, they are being seriously undermined by one member state, the state in the permanent seat of this Council, with specific responsibility to uphold the international peace and security. Ukraine, member of the United Nations family, is exercising its right to self-defense in accordance with the Charter and its Article 51, due to Russia's unprovoked, unjustified and illegal war of aggression. Russia not only disrespects a sovereign right of its neighboring country to choose its own future, but is escalating the situation through so-called elections in temporarily and illegally occupied Ukrainian territories, Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson regions. We strongly condemn this attempt to illegally integrate the territory of Ukraine, whose sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity we fully support. In this regard, I would like to recall that the opinion of the international community on Russia's shameful aggression has already been expressed. The UN General Assembly, in its resolution of October 2022, by its 143 votes, condemned Russia's malicious conduct. We also express our strong concern about the rising number of casualties. Intentionally directing attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure is a war crime. Slovakia will continue to support all efforts to ensure full accountability for those responsible, including financial accountability through compensation for all the damages caused. I want to also remind that the consequences of Russia's action reach far beyond Ukraine. We deplore Russia's decision to terminate the Black Sea Grain Initiative, followed by increased attacks on Ukrainian ports. With this, Russia is only further exacerbating the global food crisis. Moscow is utterly indifferent to the hundreds of millions of people worldwide facing hunger. Instead, Russia and its representatives continue spreading propaganda and disinformation, and even worse, threaten to use nuclear weapons. Distinguished colleagues, I believe we can all agree that such behavior is utterly unacceptable, and we have a collective duty to take all possible actions to stop Russia from holding the world hostage to its imperialistic appetites. We once again call on Russia to immediately stop its aggression against Ukraine and completely and unconditionally withdraw all of its military forces from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. This way, the Russian Federation can not only immediately restore peace in Ukraine, but also demonstrate its willingness to return to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Wlachowski for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Alberto van Klaveren, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Chile.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, good afternoon. Article 2 of the UN Charter, which governs international coexistence, establishes as an obligation on states the requirement to avoid using or threatening to use force against the territorial integrity or the political independence of other states, resolving disputes by peaceful means and complying in good faith with contracted obligations. Within this context, sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of every member of the United Nations, including Ukraine, must be respected and protected. UNGA Resolution 3314 of 1974 defined aggression and established that, and I open quotes, a war of aggression is a crime against international peace, end quotes. As a founding member of the United Nations and in full compliance with the UN Charter and international law, Chile has reiterated its commitment to the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Mr. President, once again, Chile expresses its complete rejection and condemnation of the crimes of war perpetrated on Ukrainian territory controlled by Russian forces, which have been made known to the UN Commission of Inquiry in Ukraine. Our constant commitment to international humanitarian law and to the international protection of human rights has led Chile to express its decision to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court and to join in the referral of the situation in Ukraine to the court. It was communicated on the 2nd of March by the United Kingdom on behalf of 39 states parties to the Rome Statute. This main goal of this action is to begin an independent, impartial investigation of the facts in order to ensure accountability, and to punish those responsible in light of international criminal law. During these difficult times, the world is facing conflicts between states, and we wish to reaffirm our support for the comprehensive mandate of the International Criminal Court and for the need to maintain conditions so that the court can act effectively and impartially. Chile firmly believes that the International Criminal Court must be the most fitting body to hear and investigate all crimes committed in Ukraine under its jurisdiction, always bearing in mind the principles of complementarity and cooperation. We believe it is preferable to strengthen current international and national accountability mechanisms. That decision will legitimize the current international legal structure. We must consider current practices of transitional justice, which will undoubtedly help establish the best and most effective way forward on the Ukrainian situation. Transitional justice must place victims and survivors at the heart of solutions in order to avoid a repetition of human rights violations and in order to address the profound causes of the conflict. It is therefore essential for us to have a process to document the violations of human rights as a result of this conflict, because that will provide the information required in order to determine the form and the type of reparations which should be handed down. The effects of this war of aggression and restoring justice in Ukraine will mean new challenges placed upon the international community. We must all stand united as we face these challenges and find a best possible solution. Thank you.
Mr. Van Cleveren for his statement. And I'll give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Georgios Karapetritis, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic.
The post-war security system established by the UN Charter relies on one fundamental premise: the prohibition of the use of the threat of use of force. The Security Council is the body that has been entrusted with the ultimate responsibility to maintain peace and security. However, unfortunately today, the entire UN system is being gravely challenged by the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. Greece's foreign policy as a founding member of the United Nations has always been defined by its commitment to international law. Together with our EU partners, we're calling upon all nations to do their utmost so that peaceful resolution of disputes in full respect for international law by all prevails. To that end, it is fundamental that international treaties that have defined borders between states, as well as important UN conventions, such as the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, must be respected by all nations. We have therefore taken a principled and clear position on Russia's aggression from the beginning. Russia's invasion of Ukraine constitutes a grave breach of the UN Charter, and it remains a serious threat for European security, as well as global peace and stability. Greece, along with the rest of the European Union member states, will continue to provide support to Ukraine. On the issue of accountability, on the other hand, we firmly believe that alleged crimes committed in and against Ukraine should be thoroughly investigated. An ongoing and far-reaching consequence of Russia's aggression against Ukraine is the acute food insecurity felt by many vulnerable countries around the world. The Secretary General of the United Nations has been engaged in trying to revive the Black Sea Grain Initiative, yet the regrettable withdrawal of Russia from this UN-brokered initiative has brought these exports to a halt. And Russia's attacks against Ukraine's port have aggravated the security situation in the Black Sea, thus making the export of Ukrainian grain over the sea impossible. More than half of that grain was transported by Greek shipping companies. Many vessels carried grains directly to countries most in need. As a leading maritime nation, Greece attaches great importance to the freedom of navigation and maritime security. In light of these developments, the European Union has decided to increase the capacity of alternative routes for Ukraine's grain export. In this context, along with the Baltic and Adriatic corridors, Greece is offering to Ukraine an alternative transportation route to the Aegean Sea by making use of ports in northern Greece in cooperation with our partners Bulgaria and Romania. Greece is a candidate for a non-permanent seat at the Security Council for the term 2025-2026. If elected, our term will be guided by three core values that are universally expressed in Greek language. That is diplomacy, dialogue, and democracy. Diplomacy and dialogue remain the only path to peaceful resolution of disputes. But lasting stability and security cannot be sustained without democracy. Ukrainians today fight for the right to live in a democratic society, and Greece and the European Union stand with them. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gerapetritis for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Anke Bruins-Slot, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Mr. President, I would like to thank the Albanian Presidency of the Security Council for arranging this open debate today. A debate that we need to have in this Council, now, during the opening week of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. A week in which the world demonstrates its commitment to the UN Charter, the United Nations system, and the international rules-based order the UN represents. It is essential that we show such commitment now more than ever, because the rules-based order is under pressure, with Exhibit A, as the Secretary-General said yesterday, being Russia's attack on Ukraine, an attack on the UN Charter and the rules-based order too. Every day, Russia's aggression destroys the life of the Ukrainian people, a people that continues to show immense resilience and courage in the fight for freedom and independence. A people that, as we speak, is confronted with indiscriminate killings, unlawful attacks on civilian infrastructure, sexual and gender-based violence, and the forcible transfer and deportation of children. As we all know, the impact of these violations extends well beyond Ukraine. Our energy and food supplies, our economies, our safety and our security are all intertwined, and they are being impacted everywhere. And vulnerable countries are being disproportionately affected. This can end all now, if Russia ends its unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. Mr. President, it is our duty as peace-loving nations to send a clear message. Russia's aggression against Ukraine and its manifest violation of the UN Charter must stop. It constitutes a breach of peace and a threat to international security. Russia will be held accountable for these violations. All of us here are committed to fostering international peace, prosperity and security. All of us are committed to meeting our obligations under international law. We must therefore join forces to prevent further violations, to protect civilians against ongoing violations and to prosecute perpetrators of past violations. We must do by taking action when the Charter's principles are violated and by supporting relevant resolutions and accountability initiatives. The Kingdom of the Netherlands stands with Ukraine and with its people. We are providing financial support and giving Ukraine the means with which to defend its sovereignty. We will continue to do whatever it takes for as long as it takes. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Bruins-Slot for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sanchez Perez Castellón, Prime Minister of Spain.
Excelencias.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Spain and the European Union are firmly committed to effective multilateralism, which defends the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. It is within this multilateral framework, through dialogue and diplomacy, where the major agreements ensuring peace, freedom, and prosperity for all of our citizens can be found. It is precisely for that reason that I wish to reiterate our firm condemnation of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, as well as our support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within internationally recognized borders. There can be no impartiality in the analysis of this situation. In this conflict, there is clearly an aggressor and an aggrieved party. The matter is serious because it has an impact on issues which we believed had been resolved decades ago, such as the legitimate aspirations of every country, including its security concerns, not to have to defend itself at the cost of violating the sovereignty and territorial integrity of other countries by force. Even worse, the one who is undermining these principles is a permanent member of the primary international body entrusted with ensuring those legitimate aspirations, and I'm referring to the Security Council where we are meeting. The global impact of this war has been devastating. It also affects food, nuclear energy security worldwide, and it has a negative impact on millions of people, particularly those living in the most vulnerable countries. And therefore, I am making a solemn appeal to the Russian Federation to immediately resume the Black Sea Grain Initiative and to stop using hunger as a weapon of war. Its stance is simply unacceptable. Ladies and gentlemen, Spain and Europe are working for peace, and we want peace. The purpose is to put an end to aggression and to the suffering of the Ukrainian people. But we must also defend the rules-based international order which makes peaceful coexistence among nations possible. We are working with the international community to broaden consensus towards achieving just and lasting peace, and we support President Zelenskyy's peace formula, which respects international law and the UN Charter. It will be up to Ukraine to determine the time and the conditions under which it will initiate the process to bring the conflict to an end. The European Union will remain united in its search for peace. We continue to provide firm political, economic, military, financial, and humanitarian support to Ukraine as long as is necessary, and we will contribute to the rebuilding of a country devastated by war. Moreover, we will continue to work to ensure full accountability for war crimes and other serious crimes which may have been committed by using the multilateral instruments we have available to us. But in order to achieve peace, Russia must put an end to its aggression, and it must immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw all its troops from the entire Ukrainian territory. We believe it is possible to maintain a broad debate on security in Europe which takes account of the legitimate interests and concerns of all, but that discussion is not possible while the sovereignty and territorial integrity of one of the parties is being violated. We're speaking about respect for the most basic principles which underpin the multilateral structure embodied in the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Sanchez Perez Castellón for his statement, and I give now the floor to His Excellency Mr. Elmedin Konakovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Thank you. Mr. President, at the very beginning, allow me to extend my appreciation to be here today and for the opportunity to gather at this significant place that symbolizes the core of cooperation among nations. We are here to stand together in defense of that cooperation. Bosnia and Herzegovina fully aligns itself with the statement delivered by the Group of Friends of Accountability following the aggression against Ukraine. Allow me now to add some remarks from the perspective of my country. Our world is now, unfortunately, far from peaceful and secure. It is a world where both injustice and intolerance are putting in danger our shared values, the very foundation of our humanity and prosperity. Russian aggression against Ukraine is not an isolated incident, but it stands as the most obvious violation of the UN Charter and international law. Its consequences are catastrophic, with countless lives lost, families torn apart, and millions displaced, leading to humanitarian crisis. As a member of the UN, we must stand strong. We don't need to look that far into the past to see what happens when our community of nations fail to uphold and defend the rules and norms of the world order. We have a right and obligation to speak loudly about this topic because we have suffered the genocide that has happened in the UN protected zone in my country, in Srebrenica, while the whole world remained silent. Violation of the rules of the UN Charter is no longer acceptable. It's an offense to our shared values. The ideals of the UN Charter should never be disrespected or compromised. It is our duty to stand for the noble principles this organization is built upon. Effective responses require responsibility, respect for international norms, strong coalitions, and progressive, inclusive leadership. Mr. President, despite obstacles like the abuse of veto power, we have taken a decisive step through the General Assembly, and we are voicing our determination to defend Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and principles that are led by justice. We are very decisive to defend this organization and what it stands for. We will stand together in demands this violation to stop, and we will work tirelessly for a just peace. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Konakovic for his statement, and now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Yanaina Tiwani Menkomo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I cannot fail to recall that 40 years ago, on a day such as this, Panama presided over the General Assembly of this organization, and we showed our tireless commitment to ensure the participation of all countries in order to overcome inequalities which stand in the way of peace and well-being for the peoples of the world. With that same desire in mind, I wish to speak to you based on the underpinnings of the arguments that we uphold to ensure lasting peace in Ukraine, and in the spirit of conciliation that is represented by our people. We will constantly pursue justice and peace. Since the beginning of the conflict, Panama has been quite firm in its appeal for respect for the sovereignty and political and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We have called for dialogue, and the end to aggression. And in this way, we have shown that we supported the resolutions that have been drafted in the United Nations Human Rights Council, in the General Assembly, and in the Security Council. We have firmly condemned the use of force and violence in order to avoid a greater loss of life. Panama believes that this organization must stick to its own principles to make its peaceful action more effective. International peace is based on efficient and effective multilateral institutions, full respect for human rights, overcoming any forms of intolerance, and promoting dialogue. And I would emphasize the word dialogue. Legitimacy and the authority and the competence of this Security Council, enshrined in the UN Charter, is the same charter which governs all states, and it calls for us to avoid the use or threat to use force against any state and its territorial integrity. And therefore, I would recall the responsibility of all members of this Council to fulfill the purposes of this Charter. It is only in this way that we will avoid further frustration and greater violence. This tragedy is well known, but we cannot fail to mention the humanitarian crisis caused by this tragedy. We appeal for unfettered access for humanitarian assistance to be provided to civilians, in particular people living in vulnerable situations, particularly girls and boys. We fully understand the struggle of people who seek to defend their sovereignty and people who resist the imposition of the powerful over the weak. We are aware, because we have our own experience, no state has the right to unilaterally take over the territory of any other nation, particularly by force. We call for respect for international law and the will to work together. We recognize the many challenges that lie ahead, but we will continue to work on actions which will reduce the impacts of climate change, poverty, inequality, and transnational organized crime. And in this way, we hope to improve the livelihoods of people. In our vision as a country, we are a peaceful country. We support multilateralism and dialogue, and we deeply regret the serious conflict in Ukraine and the impact it is having on the entire world, in particular on developing countries. We know the causes and the consequences of the conflict, and therefore we must continue to ask the international community to find a definitive solution which first and foremost ensures that peace is achieved, peace that will only be possible through the strict implementation of international law beyond rhetoric or aggressive activities on the ground. We seek prosperity and international growth, and these are all at stake, and it is therefore our duty to make sure that this situation is not repeated elsewhere in the world. We maintain our commitment to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and multilateralism as a tool to promote peace. These are historic pillars of our foreign policy. We will continue to defend them in every form and in every place with our customary traditional beliefs and with our words. That is our strength. We are firmly committed to our convictions, and we will continue to build bridges of dialogue, and we will continue to promote peace. Thank you.
Excellency Ms. Tiwani Menkomo for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sergei Aleynik, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Belarus.
Mr. President, attempts by certain players to rewrite the core principles of international law and international relations, while at the same time disregarding the legitimate interests of the majority of the membership of the international community, have resulted in a significant level of polarization throughout the world as a whole and in our region in particular. The situation has been exacerbated by the aggressive resistance from certain countries who have grown accustomed to viewing themselves as centers of human civilization to the establishment of a fair, equitable, polycentric model of the world. As a result, in international relations, there is an increase in violence, and the international security architecture has been undermined, as has been the arms control and non-proliferation architecture. That too has been undermined. We are very alarmed at observing the consistent growth in military capabilities in the arms races, not only in our region, but also in neighboring countries. All of Belarus's initiatives to lessen confrontation, and to restore trust, as well as to shore up regional security, which we proposed in recent years, have been left unaddressed. And for some reason, this was looked upon from above. As a result, in the European region, conflict has again ignited with full force in Ukraine, and the world is enduring the grave repercussions through economic, food, and energy crises. A neighbor of Ukraine, Belarus, more than any other party, is interested in a prompt, peaceful settlement to that conflict. As a neighboring country, Belarus also has our own, Belarus have our own in-depth view of the conflict. It was indeed in Belarus that the Minsk agreements were signed. The Minsk agreements, which began the peace process in Ukraine, and the package of measures for their implementation was signed there. This package, which was endorsed by the Security Council, we believe it is worth recalling this, despite attempts by some to sweep this under the rug. The long-awaited results of the negotiations in the Belarusian capital should have been the start of a peace process in Ukraine. The implementation of those agreements could have brought this process and placed it on a sustained, robust trajectory. But this did not happen. Today, it is clear why this could not happen. Western colleagues vociferously spoke about this. Some stated directly that they had no intention to end this conflict, and today they intend to wage war to the last Ukrainian. Against this backdrop, what seems completely absurd are accusations against Belarus of helping foment the conflict. Let us recall that last year on our territory, there were 3 rounds held of Russian-Ukrainian peace talks. Since March of 2022, Belarus has consistently, in an unfettered way, began to host Ukrainians on our territory, as well as all foreign citizens who were fleeing the hostilities in Ukraine. These people were provided and continue to be provided with the necessary assistance, including humanitarian assistance, as soon as they arrive. Through a special leadership decision, they have virtually equal rights as our citizens. Has any Western country adopted similar decisions? Since late February 2022, approximately 120,000 Ukrainian refugees reached Belarus. That is approximately 1.5% of our country. Do you think these people feeling an aggression for us, would they voluntarily enter our country? The response is logical and clear. We have borne this burden independently, and yet instead of assistance, what we have received are illegitimate sanctions from the West. We officially extended an invitation to the Secretary General to visit Belarus personally or to send his representatives to study the situation on the ground. Our borders are open, and we are open to constructive cooperation. The end of the conflict is inevitable, and it will end at the negotiating table. We welcome the emergence of a growing number of countries who have been proposing reasonable peace initiatives to resolve the situation in Ukraine. To conclude, I wish to reaffirm Belarus's willingness to make our contribution to the resolution of the situation for the purposes of attaining a robust, lasting peace in the region, which all of our countries and peoples need today. Thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Aleinik for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Archbishop Paul Richard Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States and International Organizations of the Holy See.
Mr. President, this open debate of the Security Council takes place in the context of the cruel and senseless war against Ukraine, which, with great sacrifice, is defending its sovereignty and the inviolability of its internationally recognized borders. These are the same values promoted and shared since the foundation of this noble organization. Faced with the ongoing tragedy, a spontaneous question arises. Against whom is this war being waged? It is before the eyes of everyone that those paying the highest price are civilian, simple people, and above all, children, youth, and the elderly. War is a great evil, and at present we can see that it is expanding more and more beyond the Ukrainian borders, covering with its thick cloud not only Europe but also other continents, and above all, infiltrating human hearts, making them containers of a logic of war. Truly, as Pope Francis reminds, we are witnessing World War III, which is being fought piecemeal. It is undeniable that the Russian attack on Ukraine has jeopardized the entire global order, which arose after World War II. Its negative consequences can already be glimpsed in the humanitarian, demographic, food, social, political, legal, economic, ecological, military, nuclear, energy, health, educational, religious, migratory, and other spheres, which are altogether fundamental elements of the architecture of world security. Evil is incapable of generating good. Aggression can only generate new aggression. If this war is not stopped and peace is not sought at every turn, the whole world risks plunging into even deeper crises. The solution to the war in Ukraine is not only a matter for Ukraine itself. In the face of the tragedy unfolding before our eyes, it is due time to ask ourselves some of Pope Francis's questions. What am I doing today for the Ukrainian people? Am I doing something? Today, the entire international community, more than ever, cannot surrender itself and let this issue pass by in silence. In order to have a peaceful and secure future, all member states of the United Nations, and especially those of this Security Council, are called upon to join efforts in search for a just and lasting peace for Ukraine, as an important element of the global peace of which the world thirsts. It is better and cheaper for all to invest in peace instead of war. The Holy See, for its part, is close to Ukraine and fully upholds its territorial integrity, and moreover continues to engage in humanitarian initiatives aimed at alleviating the suffering of the Ukrainian population, especially that part of it which is weakest and most vulnerable, while at the same time urging all states and relevant international organizations to become creative and courageous artisans of peace and weavers of constructive dialogue. Peace is not a reality whose features and properties are unknown. Everyone knows what peace is. It will surely come when there is a common commitment to implement it, not only at the international institutional level, but also in our hearts and homes. To all of you, and especially to the tormented Ukraine, I would like to extend my heartfelt wish that the desired peace may return to cheer the whole world. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Archbishop Gallagher for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Eamon Ryan, Minister for Environment, Climate, Communications and Transport of Ireland.
I thank the Albanian Presidency for organising this very important open debate. I also thank the Secretary-General for his contribution today and President Zelensky for his powerful intervention. President, in our capital city of Dublin, our main street is called O'Connell Street. At either ends of that street, there are two statues dedicated to two of the men who worked for Ireland's sovereignty and independence. On the north end of the street, there's a statue of Charles Stuart Parnell, the leader of our Home Rule movement. And on it is written the inscription, "No man has the right or a right to fix the boundary to the march of a nation." The United Nations is based on that principle. Every country has a right to its own sovereignty. At the other end, there is a statue to Daniel O'Connell, our liberator, who famously said, "Nothing is politically right which is morally wrong." What President Putin has done and what this war has caused is morally and fundamentally wrong, and it has to stop. Russia's illegal war of choice is not only a war on the people of Ukraine, but on the UN Charter and the very foundations of our multilateral system. In seeking to impose its will by force on a peaceful neighbour, Russia has blatantly violated the Charter's principles of sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states. In the 19 months since tanks columns first advanced on Kyiv, Kharkiv and Mariupol, we have lost track of the number of horrific attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure. Just 2 weeks ago, 16 Ukrainians, including a child, were killed in Russia's indiscriminate missile attack on Kostiantynivka, an indefensible violation of international law and a blatant attack on civilians that no amount of disinformation can explain away. All member states rely on the rules-based international order as a guarantee of our independence, our sovereignty, and our security. That's why pushing back on this ongoing and blatant violation of international law by Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, is of such critical importance. This Council, charged with the critical mandate to maintain international peace and security, too often is unable to meet its obligations, not least when one of its permanent members is the aggressor state. This failure to act has had harrowing real-world consequences. We've seen the catastrophic impact that Russia's disregard for international law has had on women and children in particular. Conflict-related sexual violence has been a consistent feature of this war, while the evidence of enforced deportation of Ukrainian children underscores just how the most vulnerable can suffer the most unspeakable harms. President, if we fail to hold Russia accountable, it will have far-reaching consequences in terms of cooperation on so many of the global challenges we face, whether it is efforts to address food security, energy security, nuclear safety, or the environment. Ireland unequivocally condemns Russia's nuclear threats and the utter disregard for safety its forces have shown at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. As we reflect this week on the political declaration on the SDGs, on which Ireland has proudly led with Qatar, the threat to global food security and increased risk of global hunger stemming from the conflict is thrown into sharp relief. It's encouraging that the General Assembly has taken action where the Security Council has failed. There have been 6 General Assembly resolutions in reaction to Russia's invasion. Most recently, in February, the General Assembly's adoption of the resolution on the principles of the UN Charter underlying a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine was an important signal from an overwhelming majority of the Member States of their commitment to uphold the Charter of the United Nations. President, it's our collective responsibility to stand fully with the people of Ukraine in the face of this brutal aggression. 15 million people have now fled their homes, and we are proud to have welcomed over 90,000 Ukrainians to Ireland, now close to 2% of our population. This war is entirely of Russia's making. Just as Russia chooses to start this war, they can choose to end it. It's up to Ukraine to determine the terms, conditions, and timelines for any peace agreement, and Ireland reiterates its strong support for President Zelenskyy's peace plan in this regard. Ireland supports the tireless efforts of the Secretary-General and Ukraine itself to bring an end to the war, and for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the principles of the UN Charter. We will continue to do our part to support the Ukrainian people and to ensure there can never be impunity for such violent disregard of the rules-based international system. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Ryan for his statement, and I give now the floor to His Excellency Mr. Burak Akçapar, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, distinguished members of the Security Council and guests. We live in a precipice. Our deliberations do matter. Turkey has been a strong advocate of the rules-based international system and is concerned that humanity may not protect it. The United Nations is at the core of the efforts to uphold, restore, and bolster international peace and security, as well as sustainable development. The UN and this very Council matter. This august body has been created to prevent the scourge of war, and its primary purpose should continue to be our guiding light in rendering the UN more fit for purpose. The veto power was granted to the permanent members of this esteemed Council to avert conflicts, protect victims, and facilitate the maintenance of peace. Unfortunately, this system has morphed into a mechanism that prioritizes the interests of the few and is increasingly becoming anachronistic. With the war in Ukraine, the UN confronts a crisis that shook the organization's founding principles. It should be fair to assert that such cataclysmic chapters are hardly exceptional in the history of this organization. There have been moments in the past when the UN failed to fulfill its duty because the veto of one trumped the will of the rest. The ongoing war in Ukraine laid bare the representation crisis within this organization. After 18 months, there's still no end in sight for the war. The protracted and attritional nature of the conflict continues to exact a heavy toll on Ukraine and its people, as well as the region and indeed increasingly the world. The conflict's regional and global fallout is becoming worse. Challenges we have been facing in food, energy, and supply line security are deepening. As we head into the second year of the war, Turkey remains firmly committed to Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. In the meantime, our pursuit of a negotiated end to the conflict goes on. Since the start of the war, Turkey has assumed efforts to facilitate diplomatic talks. After negotiations collapsed in March of last year, we shifted our efforts to addressing the practical challenges of the war, such as prisoner exchanges, food security, and nuclear security. Our diplomatic efforts, together with the United Nations, brought the Black Sea Initiative to life, which lasted for a year and averted a global food crisis. Its ultimate termination will unsettle the global food markets and has already shaken the stability of the Black Sea, creating risks of escalation with the rest of the world waiting in suspense. Now we are working closely with the United Nations to revive the initiative. As unanimously declared by almost every country that spoke today, overwhelming global support for the restoration of the initiative is heartening and central to the efforts of the United Nations and of our own efforts. Sustainable food security depends on ensuring uninterrupted supply from all resources available. Fair and equitable distribution of food products should also be integral to the campaign. Ultimately, diplomacy can, we hope, help us reach our goal to revive this precious initiative. Ukraine deserves a just peace that will secure its sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We remain convinced that this can be achieved through negotiations, and the diplomatic track is worth every effort. The broader issues concerning European security and preventing future crises and conflicts can only be settled purposefully through diplomacy. And diplomacy cannot thrive while the cycle of conflict endures. With this understanding, we have supported attempts at facilitating peace, including the Chinese and African initiatives. We expressed our support for the Ukrainian peace plan in principle and participate in its meetings. We also note that a negotiated peace would have to include both Ukraine and Russia. It may be said that the current dynamics of the conflict may perhaps not be conducive to resuming negotiations. However, we must be ready when that inevitable moment emerges. Fortune favors the prepared. This brings me to an even larger issue. Conflicts are on the rise. The principle of peaceful settlement of disputes is enshrined in the charter of this noble organization, whose fundamental principles we have been striving to uphold and restore over the past 1.5 years. The UN Charter already involves essential tools to prevent and peacefully resolve conflicts like the one in Ukraine. Those tools can and must be utilized to the fullest in a constructive and innovative way. In the period ahead, Turkey will maintain her unwavering support to Ukraine, not only to win the war, but also to win the peace. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Chapar for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sheikh Jarrah Jabr Al-Hamad Al-Sabah, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sayyid al-Rais,
Mr. President, at the outset, I congratulate your country on presiding over the Security Council for this month. We wish you every luck in this endeavor during the remaining days of this month. We would also like to thank you for organizing this important open debate, which is held at an important time. It offered us the opportunity to listen to President Zelensky, the President of Ukraine, to listen to his update on the latest developments in Ukraine. Mr. President, our world today is facing many political, economic, security, and environmental challenges. And therefore, our multilateral system is under a true test. which may be the most difficult test faced by the United Nations since 1945. Given these different risks that are transnational and that are facing our world today, the international community only has one option: to cooperate so that we can address these regional and international challenges. We must overcome these challenges by committing to the Charter of the United Nations and its principles and purposes. The Charter is the way to achieve international peace and security, and its articles will guide us in our way towards justice and welfare. It is a roadmap to maintain relations between countries. It is truly a constitution for multilateralism and international action. We must especially focus on the following: respecting the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of countries and the non-interference in their internal affairs. We must also peacefully settle disputes. We must not resort to the threat or use of force. We must work on creating friendly relations among countries. We also reaffirm our equal rights and the right of peoples to self-determination, as well as respecting their human rights. Mr. President, the state of Kuwait reaffirms its position to reject in international relations the threat or the use of force. We also reaffirm the need to remain committed to the principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations, as well as the principle of good neighborliness. The state of Kuwait also calls for respecting the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we call for showing restraint. It is also important to resort to dialogue. We also call on parties to remain committed to the principles of international law and international humanitarian law when it comes to the protection of civilians. They must also facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance to all those in need. We commend the efforts of the Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, when it comes to the Black Sea Initiative. We also commend the efforts of Mr. Dashti as well. In this regard, we regret that this initiative was suspended. It is very important to renew this initiative, given its importance to guarantee stability in food prices at the international level. The Ukrainian crisis could be an example for why we need to reform the Security Council so that it can carry out its responsibilities pursuant to the Charter. In this regard, we reaffirm the need to move forward with the reform process so that the Security Council can address the increasing challenges confronting our world today in a representative, transparent, and neutral manner. In conclusion, Mr. President, the state of Kuwait reaffirms that the United Nations is the cornerstone for multilateral international action. The UN Charter, with its noble principles and purposes, is the way to organize relations between countries. I also reaffirm that the principles and purposes of the UN Charter is the best way to defend small and medium-sized countries. In the state of Kuwait, we recognize that very well. The liberation of Kuwait in 1991 is an example for what can be achieved when there is concerted international efforts under the umbrella of the United Nations and through resolutions adopted by the Security Council to support what is just and the rule of law. The liberation of the state of Kuwait is a good example for what the Security Council can do when united. And this is what countries were aspiring to when they drafted the UN Charter. Violating the noble principles and purposes of the UN Charter should be avoided. And the Security Council and Kuwait will remain grateful for the Security Council for their efforts. And thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Al-Sabah for his statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sultan bin Saad Al Muraiki, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar.
Mr. President, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. At the outset, we congratulate Albania for presiding over the Council during the month of September, and we thank you for holding this important meeting on the maintenance of peace and security in Ukraine by upholding the purposes and principles of the UN Charter through effective multilateralism. I am pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of the State of Qatar. Mr. President, the State of Qatar is committed to the peaceful settlement of disputes in any place. We regret that the war in Ukraine is still ongoing. We worry particularly about the humanitarian consequences of this war on unarmed civilians. The repercussions of this war on the security, humanitarian, health, and economic situation around the world are worsening, especially when it comes to global food security efforts and the efforts to combat hunger. And these repercussions have been especially bad for developing and poor countries. We call on parties to show self-restraint, to end the war, and to reach a sustainable peace. We take this opportunity to renew our position regarding the Ukrainian crisis. This position is based on the principles of international law, the UN Charter, and relevant Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. Therefore, the State of Qatar supports the principles of the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We are fully committed to the principles of the Charter, especially Article 2, that calls on countries to settle their international disputes by peaceful means and to refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force. We also call on parties to honor their obligations according to the principles and purposes of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Mr. President, in conclusion, we renew our willingness to support any efforts to end the war in Ukraine, and we commend the efforts of the United Nations and humanitarian organizations to meet the urgent humanitarian needs of civilians, in addition to efforts to address the repercussions of the war. I thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Al Muraiki for his statement. It has been a long day, but there are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until tomorrow afternoon. This meeting is suspended.